All right, we're back. Well, last time we checked off all the gambling, minigame requirements, and a lot of the other minigame. Today, well, oh, we got some money too. Today is the day. Time to lose our sanity. I think the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna try some of the UFO catcher stuff. Actually, I think it's probably a way to go to turn in the 20 mil to the dude. So let's do that first. So we're gonna have to keep Haruka. Today is UFO catcher and pool. The last two. Gonna take a very long time. We might lose our sanity. Here we go anyways. Yeah, I think it's this guy. Oh well. Guess dying is my only choice. Rip. What's the matter? Are you feeling okay? Excuse me, are you okay? Huh? What was that? I'm sorry. I wasn't listening. How dare you not listen to Haruka? Had too much to drink? You look terrible. Alcohol? No, I can't afford to drink. In fact, I've hardly eaten anything for the last few days. What's the matter, mister? You said something about dying. Why don't you talk about it? It might make you feel better. Not all the time, Haruka. Not all the time. Talking about it would just make me feel even more ashamed than I already do. But, you sure you want to hear about it? Of course. Go ahead. Up until a year ago, I owned a restaurant right here in Camarocho. It was just a small place. I managed to make do with the support of a few regular customers. Impressive. And can empathize for sure. But 3 years ago, the Yakuza controlling this area went to war with Yakuza from Osaka. Oh, that 3 years ago. That's Kiwami too. It practically destroyed this town. There were incidences of violence occurring daily. Before long, almost all of my regular customers had left town. I did my best to try to make it through, but I didn't have any choice but to keep borrowing money to stay afloat. And that led to the sorry state of affairs I am in today. I sold nearly everything I own, and I'm still 30 million yen in debt. Wait, it's not 20 million? I could file for bankruptcy, but that would only mean that the people who co-signed for my loans would get stuck repaying them. I'm sick of it all. I just don't know what to do anymore. So you're going to kill yourself for the life insurance money? Yes, I don't see any other way of this. Wait, we can help you. Haruka? Thank you, young lady. I'm afraid there's nothing you can do, but I appreciate the sentiment. But now that we've heard your story, we can't just look the other way. I don't have 30 million, Haruka. I thought it was 20 million. The war 3 years ago was what ruined him. Haruka's right. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Uncle Kaz, I'll see what I can do about the 30 million yen of yours, so stop talking about dying, okay? What? But trust me, okay? Okay, if you're willing to try and help someone you just met, the least I can do is trust you. Please. You're my only hope. Okay, maybe I can get a job and... Haruka, that's... No. Did you forget the last time you tried that? Oof. That's a deep cut right there. Leave this to me. There are a million ways to earn money in this town. I'm sure I can figure out something about that. Still, 30 million is a lot of money. I just have to come up with something. It's 30 million? Oh my gosh, we're actually 8 million short. Well, it's not 20 million. It's 30 million. So, about that. I guess that'll just have to wait. I guess it's really up to gambling. Hey, Worm. I guess it's really up to gambling to get the 8 more million. But for now, let's just go a little insane and do our UFO catcher. This is not going to be easy. And also, the music is gonna loop like crazy. Okay, so let's take an inventory check, right? On the UFO catcher. Okay, I'm gonna need a list and a description because I don't want to catch something I already attempt to catch something I already have. So, what are those birds called? Pios? They're pios. Yes, those are called pios. So, what pios do I have? We got the big guy. And that's it. We only got the big guy. And apparently there's like a special one in this mountain one. Oh, here we go. Okay. Might as well. Is there something underneath there? Oh, I see it. It's a black one. Oh, that actually went surprisingly well. We already have one of these though. I see it. We're at the views clipping to the max, so we're just gonna keep going. Sometimes it's gonna fall, sometimes it's not. Just wishful thinking. We'll see if we can, we'll see if we can observe anything interesting that we can maybe exploit. Real life simulator right here. You might think it's an audio bug, but it could just be in the real life thing too, you know, because the real life thing would be a software thing as well. Alright, so we got this guy. I don't have to roulette for this guy anymore. Which one is this? Silky. I'm pretty sure we don't have any of these. Alright, go with this one. Wait. Let's keep track of how many POs are there. Okay, 1. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 2, leaving 3 left. Okay, I see 3 different types. So let's get them. Oops, accidentally let go of the... turned out alright. Oh, no, it didn't turn out alright. Huh? Oh, never mind. Turned out alright. This is the stuff of nightmares right here. But at least we can see Haruka's ecstatic emotes over and over again. Alright. Clip? Dang it. Not strong enough clipping. So we can get the clipping, which is fine. It means we have something we can use. We're gonna go for this one. Switch it up a little bit. Yep. Trust me, this isn't skill-based. We're hoping that the machine like clips into the claw clips into the object, and we just gotta keep doing it until it does. All the objects have no friction or surface tension, and they actually have a disproportionate weight too. It's pretty random. It just falls. Alright. So we got 1. 2 more to go. Alright. I guess we can try scooting. Actually, that back one is not too bad. Can't tell how far back it is, though. It could be too far back. Okay. Guess we can try that one at the end. Perspective is a little bit skewed the further you go out from the center. That could be just a guess, yeah. Maybe we can get a clip. Haruka is gonna graduate from college by the time we finish this. Alright, it's isolated now. You basically used a crane to deliberately move the things. That's probably the best description of the skill part. Your attempt is to use the claw to use turns to artificially scoot the object. Yeah, the best way I can describe how the claw looks on these objects is that everything in the machine is an avocado right now. Like all these birds are just avocados. Their shells are so flat and solid that there's no form of friction whatsoever. I mean, even an avocado has more friction than this. It's like glass. There's absolute no surface tension or friction at all. And they're treated as boxes. So if you're thinking like, if the beak can get caught on something, no, they're complete boxes. You don't like catch on things. Like if the eyes are poking out or the hair is poking out, those are just boxes. You can try to clip, which is what I'm trying to do. You just keep playing until it clips into the object. Alright. Now we gotta get the one of a billion yellow ones. Alright. Let's go for the one in the front, probably. It's pretty okay. We do need to shove it out of the way, so we'll just use this chance to shove it out of the way. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh. Yeah, that interaction was gross. Try this one. I mean, got moved again, so that's positive. My goal was just to move it to the right, and that's good enough. If it catches it, it would save me a move, but I wasn't expecting it to happen. We're just trying to isolate it, and then hope for the clip. It's like a freaking avocado. Right when you hit it, just bounces. It's not fluffy, it has no give. It's basically a cube. It's a pretty good position to get it. Slow and steady. That's awesome. Signalus? Interesting. Sounds like a quaint game. Glad to hear that you found a game that you like. Perhaps I'll keep that in mind. Those are the winners, though. The games that get you coming back with no incentive or motivations to or design that requires incentivizes you to come back outside of just your enjoyment of the game. No, I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of the name. That doesn't mean I haven't seen it. I wouldn't know until I actually look. I think that one is actually a lost cause. Maybe we get stay in the front of it, or I mean the back of it. Don't worry, we have to do this another 2 times. Pretty sure the UFO catcher remains unchanged for the next 2 games. I don't think the completion task is as stringent though. Maybe it is. Dude, that's nowhere near the position that I thought it was at either. It almost feels like the claw is not centered on the bobble thing. On the hinge mechanism. Yeah, this might seem obvious. Like, hey, you should clamp it there. It's like, no, it's just RNG. Like, it's not guaranteed no matter what no matter what you're doing. You just try to hit it and see if it actually works out. You go from like Yakuza 3 and probably 4 and 5. You go from the modern ones that are like 90% success rate to like 10%. These are the most basic shapes. Yep, there it goes. Now we're back in the beginning again. That bird is literally in the same, like, almost literally in the same spot it was 14 attempts ago. I see. A survival horror game, huh? We almost lost it. Yeah, survival horror is something. I don't remember playing a survival horror game. I play a lot of survival games though. They would be considered survival games. Let's see. Okay, now we gotta get them to restock. Right. Alright. New prizes. Okay. Cats. Alright. Are they just called kitties? Oh, hold up. Okay. They're called kitty cat? Okay, fair enough. So, one kitty cat. That's the calico one. How many are there? Blue, short-haired, and tiger. There are 4 of them. Okay. Wait, are the fat cats fat cats? Because there are things called fat cats. Alright, well, alright. So let's try getting the blue one. Because I think we have one fat cat, so I think they're called fat cats instead of kitty cats. Ooh, can we clip? Oh, just clip. Squeeze, clip, something. The calico is the one that's like gray, brownish. There are 4 cats, but I only see 3. I only see 3 types. The big ones are different. Metrovania with a very limited inventory rather than something that deals with surviving in an actual. What do you consider? What do you consider the aspects of a survival game? Because you just described one, traditionally, anyways. One of the hallmarks of a survival game is scarcity and limitation of inventory. And it can be both too. So what I mean is, you can have a survival Metrovania game. They don't overlap in, at least in design. I mean, they don't exclude each other in design. I played a couple Metrovania survival games. Short-haired. Oh wait, I do see 3. Because I already got the calico, right? Never mind, I can't count. There are 4 here. I didn't count the one that I already had, which is the calico. Can you turn around, please? That doesn't help. Okay, so the white one is short-haired. Okay, it's kinda turned around just a little bit. I guess I could get the one that's lying down. Wait, is that a gigantic one? Games that I usually seem to be really sandboxy, involve a lot of gathering, managing, depleting, things like that. I didn't play many of them either, though. Yeah, those are also aspects of survival games, for sure. nowadays people label games as many genre applying games as possible to add more appeal, greater reach. But those are survival crafting games that you just described. And survival crafting games are so numerous that they are separated from survival games. It's kind of like the deck builder. The roguelike deck builder is such a big subgenre that it's not just called roguelike, it's called a roguelike deck builder. What you just described is the survival, open world survival craft subgenre. But before there was subgenre, survival's like basic criteria is that things are scarce. That's the really general requirement to be labeled a survival game. It has to be scarce. So something that's scarce is being able to hold a fixed amount of supplies. Open world survival games only temporarily hold limited items. But what makes it an open world crafting survival game is that you have foreseeably unlimited storage. The traditional survival game, there isn't unlimited storage. Oh, they're called fat cats, okay. Alright. At least for now. But yeah, open world survival craft games are great. Or they're, great for like playing with friends and whatnot. In fact, open world craft is a popular thing. Super popular thing. Even less restrictive than survival craft games. A good example is an adventure open craft game. Other examples of games that are traditionally survival. Like just survival, plain survival? I don't think there are any plain survival games that I can think of. But a lot of the survival games are just first person stuff. So you have, typically they are, the most vanilla survival games is FPS, limited inventory, and they're rogue games. So survival overlaps with being rogue, FPS, and you pick your theme, right? The game that you played, the theme is horror. So I don't think nowadays it's very difficult to identify a game without tagging its theme, its core mechanical theme, so mechanics, so mechanical theme, the subjective theme, like the storytelling theme, the scope of the game, and if it has a niche. So these are the four, in my opinion, the four basic minimums now to describe a game. So a survival is considered a mechanical theme. So what classifies as a survival game is something is limited, and that limitation is related to its success in the story. So inventory, ammunition, health, anything that depreciates over time. So survival games will be, like you said, you mentioned some of the basic ones, like meters. Lots of depleting meters, because that resource is limited. So survival means all those. So then you have to tack on a theme. So the game you played is really close to a traditional survival game then. If it's only classified by horror and survival mechanics. But generally speaking, survival just describes the aspects of the mechanics. And then the theme could be horror. The ones that I play the most are they're more like post-apocalyptic sim stuff. So like Frostpunk would be a survival game technically, because everything's limited. Eventually you lose, but it's not a purely survival game because it also has simulation. So you can have doubling on top. Like you can have more than one theme in the game, more than one story theme, more than one mechanical theme. But the thing that truly defines survival is scarcity, and that scarcity is necessary for success. So any form of resource management that is scarce. There is the pure resource management game, which doesn't have scarcity. It just has accumulation. And that's resource management games, like simulation games, which I play quite a lot. Like Stardew Valley is not a survival game because it is a resource management game. And it fits under the casual sim. And a lot of times casual is opposite of survival. Not so much hardcore, because how do you define hardcore, right? Hardcore is under hardcore would be survival. And casual would be the bigger umbrella. So a good survival game, like now, I guess a modern traditional survival game at its core would be something that still exists now. Arma 3 probably is a good example. Anything that's based off post-apocalyptic setting, so like a zombie game of some sort that does not provide unlimited ammunition, have a few hunger gauges, limited items by healing items or something by default. A doomsday clock. Survival games can have a doomsday clock. So like 7 Days to Die would be a great example, where you just... the best example I can have that I own but I have not played is a game called The Long Dark. The Long Dark would be a great example of a traditional survival game. Like what I mean is have as many of the survival mechanics as you can have, but it is still also a resource management game at its core, because at some point you find the game enables you to sustain almost indefinitely, which that kind of isn't a survival. It's a little bit against the survival idea. Can we scoot this guy to the left? You might like The Long Dark. The Long Dark is an interesting... I have the game. I own the game for a really long time. I even have all its DLCs and whatnot, but I haven't started on the game. It's a really long game. Alan Wake is a example of a survival game, but it's a survival... I guess you can call it horror. Horror is this theme, but Alan Wake... Wasn't there a new I think there's supposed to be a new Alan Wake at some point. Outlast? Outlast... Is it Outlast or Outcast? I think it's called Outlast. That's a good example. It's still in the horror genre, but... I do remember watching it years ago, but I think can have a long. I just forgot about the long dart. Yeah, it has a lot of polygons. The sandbox thing is a great. The sandbox thing is a larger genre that's just as big as survival, but they kind of go hand in hand because it's a really popular combination. Yeah, the sandbox thing. And just to clarify my understanding of sandbox, so that we're on this maybe on a similar page. Sandbox, the difference, the fine line between open. I don't like saying open world. I'm just gonna say open design, and sandbox is a really fine line between how you can alter the open stuff. So for example, Witcher would be an open game, but Minecraft would be a sandbox game. Now they both share characteristics with each other. Typically a sandbox is almost considered open a lot of times, but technically there are closed sandbox games as well, where you have to instance between things. So Minecraft just happens to be an open sandbox game. Closed sandbox game would be, I'll tell you a classic one back in the day, I guess. Any like a game like Dark Cloud structured, where you have an open place to modify and craft and build stuff. A Stardew Valley is a good example of a closed system, a closed. It's not a sandbox game, unfortunately, but it's closer to it, where you can modify the connected areas, but all the connected areas are closed off to each other. So what happens is you can do the fun stuff that people do, where you kind of like Yakuza. Like Yakuza 3 is a closed system. So there are open segments, right? But the closed segments allow you to like load and reload stuff. So the more, and it's not 0 or 1. Typically a game is like open to some extent and closed to some extent, and it goes back on a slider. So the sandbox games tend to be really far, usually farther at the open end. But there are closed sandbox games. Like a great example are puzzle games. Puzzle games tend to be closed sandbox games. The big puzzle games. So we're talking about things like you can even say the new Legends of Zelda game is a closed sandbox game now. Basically puzzles and modifications of the environment and interactions. Talos Principle is the example that I would have picked. Talos Principle. Less so the Witness, but Talos, because you can pick up objects and place them at any place, that would be considered a sandbox feature, but it's a closed instance, so they're all compartmentalized. They look like they're interconnected. Witness would be closer to an open space, but it's not a sandbox. It's not a sandbox thing. So, but it's more open in the end. Yeah, it just comes down to the arbitrary lines of, are there dividers or is it persistent, right? Open just deals with persistence. And as much as many of the open world craft survival games, you're gonna encounter the point like dungeons. Like dungeons, you have to phase in. There's a wall, so it's. There's one game that I would say is completely open. Nah, it's just really clever design. I keep forgetting to tap just once. I'm trying to scoot this guy off the wall. I've only played Talos Principle for its MSQ. I haven't done any of its way back. I haven't done any of its like I keep forgetting that you have to tap twice. You have to tap accept first, and then it moves to the right. Just trying to scoot this guy. It's gonna be really hard. I was gonna say EVE Online, but it's actually far more complicated than that. How they make it seem like it's not, it's open, but it's actually not open. It's actually closed. It's great design though. It's super great design. Got it. It's really rewarding, but it is tough. Like it's... Oh, here's one. The puzzle game that I haven't finished yet. I still haven't finished it. It's called A Monster's Expedition. That is a great example. A great way to illustrate how something may seem open, but it's a closed design. When you're moving the objects and stuff, each puzzle is a closed design. But it gives you the scope that all the closed things fit into a bigger thing. And you can make it that way by thematically connecting them. So puzzle games are a great example of compartmentalization. So it's nice to use puzzle games as little glimpses of hybrid gaming mechanics that are introduced into puzzle games because they're distilled. Puzzle games tend to be simplified to a pure essence of certain mechanics that can be used. Like for example, Portal is technically a closed game, right? It's a closed system because it's a puzzle game, but within each closed system you have the elements of an FPS shooter and a platformer, but only within that closed system, and they only deal with like a really one function, one characteristic of each subgenre. I really do enjoy the elegance of games like that, and indie games are essentially why I fall in love with indie games a lot because it's about elegance in design as opposed to more is better kind of thing, quantity over quality kind of stuff. And what I mean by quality over quantity is that you can have both, just you can't have both without resources. And that option is not available to budding indie studios. So they ultimately disproportionately emphasize ways to overcome that. And your game Signalist might sound like just that type of game. I don't know who the publisher or the developer is for that game. And what type of resources they were given to produce that game. The MSQ was great in Talos Principle. It's about existentialism, so I have a soft spot for existentialism. I don't think you can grab it this way, can you? I'm trying to get it to clip underneath like the hand or something. Maybe I can do it in the front side. There's no short-haired fat cat, so I think we need to look for a short-haired fat cat as well. all the stuff that we're defining are pretty arbitrary, and they're very fluid. So what two people classify in a discussion, we have to accept that it's very fluid. It'll change over time. The last open world survival craft game, I guess, I played. I generally played them with peeps, like with other people. It was probably Valheim. Valheim's probably the last one that I played. Humble Games? Okay. Yeah. Rose Engine sounds like an indie. Humble only, Humble has no mainline developers. What the heck? My button just lifted, even though I was holding it down. Yeah, so Humble Games is a indie publisher, and what I mean by indie publisher, I don't mean the company is an indie. It's a company that publishes indie games. Kind of like Team 17, Tiny Build, Devolver has an in-house studio now. So does Clay. But like Paradox is a good example. They like to pick up one-off titles and then maybe turn them into a sequel, but they're not like a mainline developer. But nowadays, even indie publishers like Humble Games do run some sort of in-house developer, and they just use the same name. Occasionally you can find a publisher that establishes a studio that doesn't have the same name, that doesn't share the same name. I'm trying to think of an example. Oh, I mean, well actually, like an indie label that doesn't... I mean, Paradox is a good example. Oh, wait. No, I lied. An indie publisher that has an in-house studio that doesn't share the publisher's name. Difficult. I know there's like one or two examples, but right now I can't think of one off the top of my head. They're a lot rarer than a big publisher with multiple in-house studios going by a different name or just going by their name. So like, for example, Bethesda has an in-house studio called Bethesda, like Bethesda Software. Oh, I got one. I mean, it's not an indie publisher, but it's kind of like a... Oh, come on, dude. I thought I clipped into the tail. Like, for example, Team Ninja is Koei. Team Ninja is largely or vastly Koei. Or Koei. Koei. three vowels. Always. Playism? I don't think so. Maybe not. They have a lot of names. So whenever a Playism is also a great indie publisher. Yeah, indie publishers are harder to find out because they have so many, you know, because they just pick up as many one-off projects as they can. So it's very difficult. That's why it's more, to me, it's kind of interesting to find them out. So I'm always like generally really interested in reading about the developers. And the thing about the developer is they're all small. Most of them are small time, so there's little to no information. So it's a great opportunity to like see them grow as a developer and see what they become, right? And I only want to say this because it differentiates between an indie studio. Now, an indie studio back in the day, I would say, would be someone that self-publishes. But nowadays, that definition has changed quite a bit because there are publishers that are indie publishers, not to be confused with being an indie who self-publishes. A great example would be Supergiant Games. Supergiant Games self-publishes. But now they're kind of becoming big enough where they might have like a deal with Microsoft and stuff. And maybe even a contract with Nintendo or something to cross-release like games like Hades and whatnot. Supergiant Games' first release was actually co-published with Microsoft to begin with, so. But technically, most of their stuff, like all the PC stuff and the development stuff, is self-published. Just keep on trucking, UFO catcher. I think the whole naming thing with double labels and stuff is more common in the West than it is in the East. So like it's a bit more common because of how marketing works, the marketing difference. Although it's not to say that it's exclusive to one side or the other. Like Sega is a great example. Sega, the publisher, I mean, they went through a hardware period and all that stuff too. But Sega has multiple main house developers, but they all go by the name of the game they are designed to. Okay, they go by the studio is the name of the game they produce. So RGG Studios, Ryuga Gotoku is Like a Dragon Studio. That's the name of the game they produce. Yakuza Like a Dragon was a little bit of an exception because it's one of those Japanese titles that got a localization, but for all intents and purposes, that was just to differentiate between the Western localization and the Eastern one. Now it's no longer true anymore. There's no differentiation between the Western and the Eastern one, so they dropped Yakuza, the title, starting the next game. Well, actually, technically starting Ishin, but the next, then all the following games will now have Like a Dragon as the title of the game, which is Ryuga Gotoku. And then, you know, the Sonic team is the Sonic team, but they are all the in-house studios for Sega. Sega just likes all their teams to have their respective names. The PSO2 team, the Phantasy Star team. I just happen to play a lot of Sega games all of a sudden. I started with Sega, and it's kind of poetic that I'm coming back to Sega, I guess. I think there's one more fat cat. Go look. Yep, there's one more fat cat. It's a short-haired fat cat. Yeah, there's a short-haired fat cat. Right. Doing mini games is a good time to have some chats about video games in general. I don't know if they'll ever bring back the Virtual Fighter team. I think a bunch of the team members who worked on Virtual Fighter split off into the different studios that currently exist. Because Virtual Fighter was one of their bigger properties. Nope. Got POs. I played Virtual Fighter as well. Before the dawning of the new generation. Oh, short-haired. It's the same rat. There are other smaller ones, but I don't know if they're big enough to have their own studio within the SEGA publishing group. There are smaller things. I think like Street of Rage, for example. There's a new Street of Rage game within the last 2 years. Sega had a huge catalog of games. They still do. Just most of them are not big enough to have their own studio by the same name. Okay, so teddy bears. Let's look at teddy bear. Brown, blue. I'm guessing there's 4 of each. And they're Biggie Bears. Okay. So I got the blue Biggie Bear. What are they called? It's brown, gray, blue, pink. Brown, gray, blue, pink. So I need a brown and a pink one of the smaller ones. Right now, without a doubt, still the closest to my heart, and my life and legacy in general is Sega. Sega is the publishing group. There's no contest. Wait, I need a gray one, right? And a pink one. Alright, good. They're so slippery. I need gray and pink. Smaller ones. And then I think I need the brown and the pink one. I have one of the bigger teddies, but I don't think it's the brown or the pink one. Actually, it might be the pink one. I mean, it might be the brown one. Haruka had me pick one, but I don't remember which one it is. Alright, never mind. We're gonna go after this one back here. My childhood lined up with Sega, so that's just how it works. Yeah, so Sega republished a lot of their classic catalogs, so it would also you would also have to be a much older person as well. Like they republish. Most of the publishers nowadays are republishing their older games for retro gaming. So a lot of those titles are actually older titles. Like before you were born, older titles. Okay, so we got the gray. Go for the pink one. One thing whenever I think about older games that I can no longer convey to the people that I interact with most of the time is that normalization of the standards that people play now is difficult to convey how far and how consistent gaming design has come along, even though it plateaued and dropped a little bit. So like as games get more and more complex, the tolerance for how much more complex the games are doesn't meet with an equally as understanding of how appreciation for how complex those games are, and how back in the day the gaming before it became what the gold standards it is today, they were really just jank too. And that's one of the major characteristics that define if you're an older gamer or a younger gamer. But more like actually, and when I mean old and young, I typically don't mean biological age a lot of times. Clipping? Sometimes lucky? Oh, okay. Alright, never mind. I'm talking about experience old and experience knowledge. So the more games, this is typically what happens with experience, but we're talking about novelty of experience. So a person who played games longer or older in experience will have a higher chance of interpreting game design and stuff from a kinda almost like a less of an emotional way, because all the experiences counteract each other. However, nowadays, since choice is such a great thing, it's less so now if you're thinking about it biologically or like a time frame age. Older games, like an older gamer who's literally also older, is more likely to have played many different games than a younger gamer biologically who is also old in experience. So what I'm saying is the time periods of game design and economics and business have changed dramatically. Now you can spend 10 years playing the same type of games. Back in the day, you can't possibly spend 10 years playing the same kind of game, because you would be waiting 10 years to ever see that same game roll around again. What by that, because it's difficult to know what was in demand. With that said though, it's not the number of games. So not to be confused with the number of games. So for example, the release period for Sonic the Hedgehog 1, 2, and 3 is probably a smaller time than one FromSoft game now, right? But the amount of time you're playing Sonic 1, 2, and 3 will be far shorter than the amount of time you'd be playing that 7-year production of a game. However, while that is happening, there aren't any other people that make the Sonic games. There's just one. Meanwhile, when FromSoft knocks it out of the park with a 7-year developed game, there will be 20 others that will try to mirror and produce that similar game. So, ironically, or counterintuitively, some might say, well, games were produced faster. The same games are iterated quicker back then, but the amount of time you're exposed to it is actually substantially less. The driving force is how much bigger the industry is now, to the point where for every one genre of game that kind of existed back then, there are 30, 40 genres that are bigger than that one genre that used to exist. Like, say, Sonic platformers in general constituted a genre of game you would be hard pressed to keep on playing platformers for 10 years straight without having to wait or encounter a different genre that is only just exclusive of itself. Nowadays, you can just experience 10 years of the same thing. Like, legitimately barely moving out of the box. You can legitimately play Osu for 10 years. I know I pick on Osu quite a bit, but nowadays, games are made to last. Back in the day, games are not made to last. Games are exploration of imagination. Games are small pockets of creation. Nowadays, the interpretation is that games are people's livelihoods, but kids do not grow up understanding that it's a representation of people's legacy. Expecting your audience as kids who didn't even live long enough to see 2 games developed by a group of people yet is difficult. And that's kind of like one of the biggest startling differences between someone who is an old gamer, both biologically and intellectually, and a new gamer who is also very experienced, but they are younger biologically because they grew up in a different socioeconomic time period for the gaming industry. So when people talk to me, of course I'm going to have relatively contrasting perspectives that include theirs, but they exclude me because they haven't lived that long and they didn't live in a period when that existed. So it's very difficult to empathize with that. Like for me, this can't ever be frustrating to me. Doing this, it's past that time. Like playing mini games, I can't take it back anymore. I have aged to the point across gaming that this stuff, it's not unfair, it's not frustrating, it's not weird, it's not janky, it's a mini game. Although I can describe it in a way that can help others understand, especially those who are the majority, because it might sound rare, but it's still true. Older people, like biologically older people, do not play video games. Still, like, as much as you want to believe, oh, there's that cool daddy or mommy or family gaming thing, it just doesn't exist that much, like statistically. So, and you can't. It's nearly impossible to sample that, being someone who can't be that. So like a younger gamer biologically can't be or become an older gamer. It's an experience that is exclusive. And it kind of sucks in a way sometimes. Like if you wanted to, if say like a kid wanted to connect with their father, right? It's not fair, it's one way, but it's about the father connecting with the kid, not the other way around. You can't unlearn and take back experiences. You can, though, create new experiences to adapt to new changes. So often, that's kind of the perspective I take when it comes to understanding games. Wait, your mom played Zuma? I mean, yeah, wow. Zuma is actually relatively recent. You are a little youngin. My mother still plays match 3 games. She does it out of catharsis, so she finds it very comforting. And you can constantly hear the sound, like the match 3 sounds over and over again. I know Zuma is not, like, wholeheartedly in match 3, but Zuma's pedigree came from PopCap games, or back in the day when match 3 was going, like the Bejeweled games, the little app games, right? Then it spiraled, eventually becoming Zuma and the others. Luxar, yeah. Oh yeah, my mother plays Luxar. No. Yeah, she does Luxar. It's very cathartic. And it's what I call the normalization thing that I was describing the other day. When you normalize these habits and you associate certain normalization, you can use them to like bring yourself back to a routine. And obviously you could end up becoming addicted to it or not, but generally speaking, my mother does it while she's juggling something else. It's just to normalize her attention. But you hear it all the time through the iPad. All the time. Okay. So I'm missing the short-haired fat cat and the gray big bear. So I'm looking for a gray big bear and a short hair, which is the white cat. I actually find it great that my mother relaxes. Oh, wait, there's the gray bear. Relaxes to something that is like easily accessible, consistent, and low resource requirement. It's I would encourage most people growing up, or even older people, having something that continues to provide without diminishing too much. Positive energy, right? The thing that I was talking about the other day. Positive energy. It's extremely accessible. It can be available, you know, as in it can be available anywhere. It's sustainable because it costs very little, right? I don't know why I said little like that. I said it like British person did. And it is minorly impacting health, but all of these deal with sustainability. So I'm just breaking up sustainability basically. No diminished return is is dealing with sustainability, cost, return on investment, right? Like proper return on investment and accessibility. Those are all sustainable stuff. Usually it's food, but even food is less reliable and sustainable than a video game. The power of micromanaging a positive energy source is an art form, and the internet is what we were talking about 2 days ago. The internet is a battery source. It's an energy source, but it is so temperamental, and mastering how you can do that is a skill. It's a skill that people don't think it's a skill, because often skills deal with the perception of difficulty. Well, unfortunately, self-loving and self-care is easily one of the most difficult skills. The downside to that is the effect of intuition. So often skills tend to be associated with counterintuitive nature, so abstraction, and that's certainly true. Abstraction stuff is the pinnacle of complexity. At the same time, intuitive things are deceptively simple. As in, what I mean is, it's deceptively simple, as in people think it's simple, but it really isn't. The more something is intuitive, the more likely an individual will overestimate how simple it is, as in it is actually far more difficult than it looks. And then the thing that is super sophisticated happens the same way. You will overestimate how sophisticated it is. It'll be elegantly more simple than that. But somewhere in between, there is a correlation, like the safe zone, a correlation where if you can intuit something, it's likely feels more simple, and if it's hard to abstract, it's more. But on the extremes, things like eating, sleeping, things that with higher frequency, that is exaggerated. So at the ends of the extremes, that's when things kind of go kaput, right? Like watching a movie that is elegantly simple as gaining positive energy for most people. But I can probably tell you the vast majority of people are passively watching movies because it's intuitive. You either enjoy the movie or you don't. For me, enjoying the movie is like, it's a icing on the cake. Did I learn anything from the movie? Did the movie teach me anything? Did the movie tell me anything about the people who made the movie? There are far more things you can extract from the movie, but it requires an input of energy to get a higher output of energy. And what I mean by energy, I don't mean the literal energy as in cost, but the reward. So input versus reward. And for me to be able to discuss about SEGA, RGG, video games, perspective is because I often voluntarily input energy in most of the things I do, even the intuitive things. When I go on a run for the 190th time in a row, I'm still inputting active energy to try to maximize the positive energy I get back out. And as in plus energy, the extra energy I get. Not positive as in I feel great at the end of a run. I actually don't feel very great at the end of the run. But I mentally, intellectually feel great. Physically, still very tired. It won't change because I'm constantly putting in more energy. So it's kind of one of those things. Seems like everyone sucks at gaining. They really do. Yeah. I think it has become a bane that requires a lot of understanding. How to manipulate something to understand yourself, to prevent yourself from dependency. Online games have become a point where you would call it an addiction, because addiction requires dependency, habit formation, and a negative, non-sustainable outcome. So at some point, initially, which my mother has sustained, thankfully, because if I saw her like being counterproductive because of, I don't know, Luxor or something, then I'd be worried. But she is so experienced, she's in her 60s now. So before she started that stuff, she was already 40 to 50, like she was 40 to 50 before she discovered Luxor, right? Or like the match 3 games. So she's very seasoned at carving and maintaining habits. But when you start at an early age, and this is where that controversial topic about games, right? Are you too young to start playing video games? Yes and no. But here's the hot take. If you are dependent on video games now for a sustainable release of, I don't know, stress or catharsis, you were probably too young when you started playing video games. And what I mean by too young is it's kind of victim blaming in a way, is you didn't have, and what I mean by young, I don't mean biological. Again, the emphasis is mental experience. You have not experienced enough to regulate the amount of good feelings you get from video games. And since it's unregulated, right? No moderation, you accelerate all the way to the end of dependency. And then what happens is you will spend the next couple years trying to rehabilitate. What does that sound like? It sounds like an addiction. And an addiction to me is I don't like using that word. It's more of a non-sustainable habit. Online games have been introduced and been readily accessible for kids, but have not been moderated because it hasn't ever been seen as a chronic dependency issue. What if we were taught that at school? I know. So that was the idea, right? And it takes so long for educational systems to change because the people who are operating the school systems, right? We have to remember that it is the older generation that are in the position of that. So it's going to take a while. It's going to take for the conversation I'm having now, I will feel that in another 10 years, the generation that's growing up in this, recovering from this, will become the people that are in my position to talk about, hey, you know what? I started gaming when I was 13 too. Take it slowly. Know when you might be depending too much on it. So we're substituting addictions for other addictions, which in the long run, I'm going to tell you, in the long run, in my generation, it is still far sustainable than smoking and drinking. You see what I mean? So we're substituting for lesser evil, but at the same time, it's still it's a band-aid. It's not an understanding of how humans regulate good things, how to regulate good things. And if you have too much of a good thing, we all know the whole stereotypical deep cut, which is moderation in all things. Unfortunately, video games, it's a little late for most of the people who the older generation has capitalized on for profitability and etc. It's not a bad or good thing, it's just how pragmatism works. It's the human condition, right? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. You can have your own feelings about that. For me, I know that it's a substitution. So now, what data do I have on this? Just cursorily, I would say the reason why, one of the bigger reasons, here's a fun association that you can try to prove or disprove on your own, but the coincidence, I'm going to call it a coincidence, between the decline in the developed world, so in countries that have access to the internet and the video game, right? Among teens, there's a great decline in alcohol abuse and smoking. Now you could argue there's the whole anti thing is but at the same time it's coincidence with the rise in gaming addiction cases. And what I mean by gaming addiction, I mean habitual gaming use. So there's less time to be smoking and drinking, there's more time to be gaming. So it's a natural substitute, and we can learn, an older generation and your generation growing up in this can learn a bit from understanding why smoking became a thing and drinking became a thing, or drinking coffee and stuff, to video games. The idea is, did you have time to do either or? Well, the standard thing to occupy people's time back in the day is to smoke and drink and eat. But now we have video games as a great as an alternative. With all these observations, it's talking about what's actually happening, but it's not talking about analyzing what is the cause or what's happening here. And generally speaking, I would say it's a substitution of stress relief. So how do you convey that to a kid who have only developed one way of stress relief starting at the age of 10? What are you going to tell them? Try to establish a new habit. Well, you've only established one habit, and that habit is not sustainable. So when you reach your teens, when it becomes really, really less sustainable because you have all the other things you need to do, You have to learn. And I don't have to tell you, when you establish habits, it's harder to recondition and establish new habits than not having any habits at all. So as a kid back then, by coincidence, when I was a kid, there wasn't as manufactured sources of stress relief. So in the end, by the time I graduated at 18, I probably failed trying to get a stress reliever, but I at least sampled 40 different ways, minimally, how to relieve stress. And they all like work meh. They all sometimes are available, sometimes not. They sometimes cost a lot. But for you guys, just go online and play video games. It's accessible. It's practically free. You know what I mean? Like, free to the kids' perspective. It's everyone's doing it. That kind of thing. Like, all the perceptions of manufacturing this idea that this is your only stress reliever. When I was a kid, when I was in college, we went on a walk. We go on walks. I literally went on a walk with my friends, and that's it. That would clear up the whole day. That's an alternative. But we grew up in a generation that had a lot of trial and error. Like, just nowadays, when I think about seeing kids and maybe even raising a kid, the only thing I can think of is, what am I going to do to compete with how efficient online gaming is for people's dopamine, like for kids' dopamine? Like, how am I going to compete with a smartphone? How do I change the objects we have so to incorporate natural stimuli? Well, there are some solutions. You make video games educational. You make video games tell you other things about things. The downside to this is it's not a great marketing strategy. Like, if FromSoft is going to make a great game, they're going to continue making that great game. No fault to their own. That's how they sustain their, business and whatnot. But to the kid, if you keep playing Souls games, then you're going to keep becoming more and more reliant on Souls games. Do I have any coincidences or statistics to help prove this point? Just look at reviews. The longer a game is legacied, the more backlash it'll have of emotional instability and turmoil in the long run when direction changes. It's human condition. The longer you follow a series, the longer you'll love it. I mean, even if you hate it, you'll hate it less the longer you follow it. It's preying, not necessarily, I don't like using, sorry, that's not the word I want. It's taking advantage of the human condition. To love something, or to hate it less, or just have a better outlook on something, you expose yourself to it more. So the downside to this is, if you're a kid who only had one or two sources, developing a new one is going to be astronomically uncharted territories. It's going to feel awful, and then you're going to end up being, I don't want to say this in a really bad way, it can work out, it's just unlikely to work out. You're going to end up in your 20s thinking that there are only a few things you care about in this world, and those are the only things that are going to bring you joy. The odds of that happening, that will lead you into your 30s, 40s, 50s of a happy life, is 1 in a billion. Maybe 1 in 100 million, because you need the stars to align. You need the stars to align that other people care about your one thing. Enough people care about your one thing, right? So that you can make a living on that few things, falling in love with someone else who also happens to like those few things, wanting to raise a kid and having those kids only be interested in one of those few things. It's astronomically tiny probability that you will be happy in your future life. And the older you get, your surrounding peeps who do not have those burdens are going to be more successful, more consistent, more dynamic, and they will not be able to relate to you anymore. So the older you're getting, now here's the deal though. It is possible that this subset of group you can band together on the internet, right? But here's the thing. If you band together with a bunch of people who only are interested in a few things, can you do a lot of things? You cannot. Those people are dependent on all the individuals who do every other skill. So in a perfect society, this is a great time to watch Star Trek or any science fiction where everyone specializes in a complementary skill. That's a utopia. That just doesn't exist. There's no noise. There's nothing. Imagine being born assigned to a task. We know that utopian, dystopian thing, right? So that's not reality. So the chances of you, even if you can become someone who loves those few things, having no people sustain, and you are within this group, the people who are in control are not that group. They are only in control of that small segment of the thing. So if you only hang out with content creators who only grew up in this, and you found your place to make you happy, that's great. The odds of that happening is increasing actually because of the internet. It's increasing, but it's like, it maybe say like if you started at 1, your odds are gone up to 5. But anyone who's outside the space of the dependency on the internet is already at 90. And, you know, from time to time it's dropped down to 80 because the internet is growing, right? But the odds of a person who has 40 to 50 ways of making themselves happier, even by a little here and there, they can remain happy far more consistent than a person who's relying on one source. The nice thing about the internet is it's become so accessible. That it becomes a habit. It's a habit in its own right. So that's great. Now, how do you do the rest? What happens when you do get old? What happens when biology takes over, right? What happens when you're no longer... So this all is coming... this is what happens when an addiction happens, which is, again, a non-sustainable habit. When you have a non-sustainable habit, you lose sight of everything else, and you don't actively develop those skills anymore. Like, you do not actively develop walking. Like, it sounds scary, but this is so readily accessible and so specialized in accessibility that a great proportion of people who have developed a non-sustainable habit to gaming have trouble walking, even getting up. Like, so there's a healthy gaming, and then there's dependency gaming, and I am not dependent on this, which is the biggest difference. So when you start thinking about how do you self-identify if you're one of the people that are really dependent, well, ask yourself if you like anything that isn't associated or coupled with this activity, right? If you start phrasing yourselves like, oh yeah, I got to get to bed so I can game tomorrow. Since when did you have to pay a cost to do something that is supposed to give you positive energy? So you legitimately engaged in paying to do something that was supposed to help you in the first place. So that's when you start going down the slope. When it's still the peak, right? When you're still peaking, you're still gaining more from the activity than you're putting in. But eventually, it'll get to the point where you're paying more than you're getting back. And that's where the sustainability starts. That's when diminished return kicks in. And you'll eventually reach that. That's the burning out stage when you start, and it gets really fast. So it's smooth in the middle. I want to say, like, a lot of times it feels like you've been enjoying it for a really long time, which, yeah, you do. It starts really rough, right? The habit formation stage is super rough. The cost skyrockets. But then the cost just teeters out. But then your reward, and this is like it's like a big hill, and it's the input to output ratio, as in you have to put in so much in the beginning to get something out, and then eventually it'll just be like, it'll normalize, and soon it'll just be, you're gonna end up putting in more than you're getting out over and over again. And eventually you'll get to the mindset where, dang it, I have to do all this stuff so I can get to it. I have to make money so then I can play video games. It's not, I play video games so then I can make money. What I mean is, the video game is helping you to make money. As in, not literally, as in playing the video game to make money. No, you're playing video games so then you can go off to making money. You're doing something. You're eating so that you feel better, so that you can do things that actually cost your body something. I eat so I can run, because running requires an input. But in the end, you can even make it better. I eat to run, and that run gives me a positive output. That is sustainable. So I'm no longer just in a maintenance stage, which, Sun just mentioned. I am in a positive stage. I'm not only just maintaining what I am afraid to lose what I have, I'm actually gaining things. I am still losing things. Like, my knee is clearly a lot sorer progressively, so I'm trying to maintain that, but I'm making sure that I'm gaining something in response. So I'm constantly looking for a forward investment. It's kind of like when you make a purchase, this is the idea of forward investment. When you buy a keyboard, are you going to get that value of that keyboard and produce more value from the keyboard? It doesn't have to be true about most things. Like, what I mean is, I could buy a dessert, at like a $300 dessert, because I just wanted to, right? And that would be diminished return, right? But when most of your life you're making decisions that don't produce more than what you're inputting in, and what I mean by that is, how can you get more by putting in less? That's not how. We're not talking about like the laws of thermodynamics here, where you can't create energy from nothing. We're talking about the balance of emotional, subjective, and objective value getting out. So when you say, I'm paying $100 and I only made $80 out of it, that's a loss in 20. But did you gain more than $20 worth of subjective value? That's kind of redundant, because value is subjective, but value often is misinterpreted as only the metric nowadays. Like, I made $100, I spent $100. That's a net of zero value. Like, no, it's $100 in with the cost of the emotional baggage of using that $100 you just earned, and the outcome of how much emotional positivity you gain and how much money is left. So you're quantifying more. You're quantifying the actual value of things. Often that is one of the euphemisms or ways people have failed to understand the human condition, which is you compartmentalize the values to create clarity, but that clarity stunts your ability to understand what is sustainable and what is not sustainable. I am the same person that had a problem with that when I was a teenager. I saved lots and lots of money because I know when I'm saving money, I'm gaining positive value as a person holding assets. But not only did I save that money at the sacrifice of progressively more and more cost of my own personal happiness and utility, I could have gained more money by using that money to make myself happier to produce even more money. So the idea is to be able to moderate that. Unfortunately, video games don't have that type of moderation. There's no, oh, now, oh, the video game is telling you, like, hey, you might want to take a break and not use our product for some time and try an alternative product. Like, here's a treadmill, right? There's none of that. There's no buffering. They want you to use your game, like use their game, play their game constantly. I think this, you remember, like, we all watch, I guess most of us here probably watch anime. Remember that time when anime used to tell you, like, hey guys, remember, watch in moderation. Watch like 2 or 3 episodes, maybe in a well-lit room, and make sure to get some rest. Or there's a timer in a video game back, in a lot of video games back then. It's like, hey, you've been playing 2 hours straight. Do you want to try to take a break? Like, go out for a walk, maybe eat or feed yourself? There's none of that anymore. And here's the thing. It's not, there's none of that. This is 2 people problem, or like 2-party problem. You might be thinking, oh, they don't do that anymore because they don't care about the well-being of their video games. But let's think about this. If their customers are getting unhealthy lifestyles that lead to non-sustainability, is that good or bad for business? Actually, the reason, one of the biggest, I would argue, why those things don't happen anymore is because their consumer base don't respond to that anymore. So it's twofold. The stopping and the incentivizing of those things being effective is no longer around because they weren't effective either anymore. Like when someone says, hey, time's up, it's been 1 hour, you should try and do something else, skip, turn off notifications, like, choice matters, right? That's what's happening in the online space. When you're young, you have given autonomy to what you want to see. When I was growing up, you don't get to choose what you want to see. You get to see the ugly too, and all the other stuff. So, does removing that choice make early childhood worse? It actually kind of does. But the thing is, it's saving you as an adult, right? Like, you either go through it then, or now we're learning the consequences of having a tailored experience for kids and how that turns out to those kids. Well, it might sound like, well, duh, this was going to happen, but no, it couldn't. It might be unpredictable. But what it did happen is it confirms the suspicions. When you have a whole generation of people given the choice of everything they can do, they choose the things that we understand about human condition. Gluttony, excessive dopamine seek, high, like, just all those things, like vices, all the things that as adults you would talk about, like, oh, don't forget, you don't want to do this all the time, don't get addicted to this. All that stuff is just exacerbated because it's part of humans. Like, it's part of being human. You want more of those things, and without balance, it's hard to appreciate that. Believe it or not, I couldn't really be online much until, so I actually went on walks with someone I know a lot. Then after I could, a chain of events kind of rewired me for some reason. But yeah, and it takes. So here's the thing, right? Those chain of events, that's unique to your situation, and it's not like there are a bunch of people who are here that you see all the time that are unique to those situations. You come to this channel, right? You come to talk to me about something you want to talk about. It's not you come here because you have to come here, and I have to tell you something, whether you like it or not. That's not the situation anymore. That's what school was. That's what constitutes as education. And I have slowly redefined what it means to me what education is. And education is not educating someone about the thing they're looking to be educated in. Education now is defined as exposing that person to something they do not know about yet. Because if you want to be educated and think you're educated, it's like, yes, it's easy mode, it's nice, you can do it on the internet. It's access, it feeds you, but discoverability is just non-existent. And when I mean discoverability, I don't mean like content creation and stuff. I'm talking about being exposed to events you can't possibly construct right now. Like, if you are on the internet and you're happy, would you ever look for what ifs or preventive care or anything? Well, that's not exciting. You can't relate to something that hasn't happened. And then when it happens, the question is it too late? Oftentimes, I want to say it's never too late. I would love to keep saying that. But the human condition can make you so deep that it is possible to go so deep down a rabbit hole that you can't recover anymore. Like, to the point where there's no substitution for being young again. Like, biologically young again. Or being old, being old of heart. Or there are things that biology doesn't wait for. And one of the things is becoming 20-year-old scared of doing new things. I would probably push it even further back now because of the way society is. Like, now we're gonna say maybe approaching 30, but in my generation it's like 14, maybe even 13. You have to get used to doing things you don't want to do, or doing things you didn't think were important and stuff. So nowadays I would say most people clear 18 years, at least 18, or even 20s. I would say it's pushing 20s without a doubt. Like 70 to 80% is on the onerous of the adults who are having a hands-off situation because they have no idea what to do. It's like they're trying their best, but it's not like they grew up with this. Like, most of them did not grow up with this. So how do you compete with you always get what you want? How do you even talk to a young person who goes out to get a job and all they tell the interviewer, who is much older, I want these things? Does your job offer these things? If they don't, I don't want it. And it's like, well, we don't offer these things. Like, all right, but I'll have to do it. But I hate the job because you don't have what I want. It's like, well, unfortunately, outside of the internet, almost the vast majority of it is something you don't want, you don't understand, you can't empathize with until you actually do it. So when someone says, I have a problem at interviews or have a problem with experience, is because the only experience you have is the only experience you want to have, which is nothing compared to the bigger life scope. Like, what I mean by that is one of two things. I was saying, like, Sunset 40 I'm gonna say I'm in the uppers to like 100 ways to make myself happy. At least 100 ways. And it would take me like a month to list the things that would make me happy or remotely happy in some way. Being able to we've gotten to the extreme where people can count it on their hands. Like they can count and it's routine. I get it. It's routine, but the routine is not varied as well. So you can get to the point where now kids can summarize what they do for like years on one hand or like one piece of paper. The things that I am thinking about in one day would eclipse a kid doing something for 10 years. That's even unbelievable for someone my age. Like, that's concerning for my age. Like, when I talk to someone, they can describe themselves in 2 sentences. I can't describe one experience with 1 sentence. Like, I can't describe what I'm thinking about right now in a single sentence. There's so many things going on right now that I'm trying to simplify. But for someone who's in their 20s now, who's like on the internet, I mean, they can probably like, how does education work, right? How does education work for these kids? Just Google it. That's 1 sentence. They don't even have the effort, the competence, the exercise of knowing the value of being able to explain something. That is video games. If you ever play a multiplayer game, maybe even an RPG game, the first thing they say is Google it. It'll be faster. Like, well, actually, yes, it'll be faster for that person, but you are exercising a habit that doesn't benefit you at all. Not only do you become less competent, you've made excuses for yourself now. You not only can no longer explain to a person, you refuse. You basically used pragmatism as a way to argue for your own practice on how to educate someone. And the word educate is still not great here because it's someone asking for a specific information and they're talking to someone who has that specific information. If that person can't even give information on something they are really good at, that is a person you ignore and never rely on as a working person or any other person in a professional field. Because they're not professionals, right? Like, you don't hire someone who takes the shortcut and never practice the thing they think they are good at. In fact, the likelihood, I would say maybe 60-70%, those people are underperforming. That's more than they think. So whenever I see someone who go out of their way, almost annoyingly, to the person asking the question, that is a winner. That person is always practicing what they're doing. So the next time when someone asks you, hey, I don't know, I've gone through this troubleshooting and I've done all this, and then that guy just goes off and just spend 2 to 3 hours talking, that's a guy you trust. That's a person you trust. Because what they do is they've spent an unnecessary, to you even, maybe even an annoyingly amount of resources to demonstrate that they care about you, or they have and from them, when they practice that, they will continue to reform and be better at it. If there's anything that video games can teach a person, is that you actually have to do it too. You not only need to know it, you also need to do it in order to get better at it, right? and it requires maintenance too. You get rusty when you think you're done doing the thing. So experts, this is why I like to distinguish between experts and professionals, because professionals can become experts, but they can become experts so long that they're no longer professionals. What's an example of this? Oh, this is basic stuff. Just go and like, or someone asks you, can you explain to me the, you know, the premise of your moderation as a positive mindset moving forward? And I would say something like, I've been saying this for 50 years now. You can just go grab my book and just buy it and read it for yourself. That's when an expert stopped being a professional. They stop practicing what made them an expert in the first place. So they get worse and worse. Like that type of comment, no one people don't, like professionals don't respect you for making a comment like that. It comes off as not caring, unrehearsed, detached. So practice, right? And I feel that's what successful, in my opinion, sustainable, successful content creators have mastered. They have mastered the ability to always feel or consistently feel like they can keep doing the same thing, but use it as a way to maintain their skill, right? It's foundational work. Like when a vlogger that I love and surely always listen to on a daily basis, they made the same video about a topic in across 10 years because the same people, a new group of people, asked the same question. So every 2 or 3 years they go back and it's slightly different, but it's still relatively the same, but they gain experience. So they continue to do the thing that they did because they want to make sure they're on top of it and they want to update that. So the next time you eat, I challenge you to eat better for yourself. Obviously, I can't tell you what is better. That's objective stuff. So objectivity is not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the subjective nature of always thinking you can do better, or you can find ways to do better, not necessarily just objectively, but subjectively. So how do you improve? If you think food is boring, how do you make it less boring? Keep trucking along at it. If you think it's boring, how do you describe boring? Why is food boring to you? And then the next time, describe it better. Describe how boring it is better. And I can naturally tell you, in my opinion, that you will probably end up intuiting more when you're actively participating in that. And to the point where you might intuit a solution to it. So you keep rehearsing why food is boring to you, right? Over time, it will become pretty clear what is boring about eating food. And with that clarity comes intuition. You'll naturally even probably do it automatically and find ways to be less boring. So it doesn't have to be focusing on the problem, focusing on the solution, or focusing on it. It's about expending and then learning something in the process. But with all that said, you would need the energy to expend to do that in the first place. So unfortunately, I don't want to sound like you're set up for failure in the beginning, but the internet created this hole where I can't believe I'm saying this, and I didn't think in my lifetime this would be a thing, where there's too much choice. There's just too much choice. Your entire life, 95% of kids' life is something they choose to do. And that's a little too much. If I had to rate the choices I had when I was a kid, I would say 20% of the time feels like I'm doing what I want to do. 20% that I think I know I want to do. So like playing video games might constitute 20% of that, I think. Or just staying home is like 20% of the time. 80 other percent is just everything else. And I would say I would go 60-40. I would say 60-40 is pretty alright. Like if 60% of the time you're always engaged in something you want to engage in, I think that's, I don't know what the ratio is. Like it's all guess and check at this point. And obviously it varies between person, right? For myself, right now for me, I'm past that, right? But if I was a kid and I'm identifying myself, I'm doing the same thing a kid would do. I'm doing the same thing son would do. I spend 80 to 90% of my time doing what I want to do. The thing is, though, this is after spending the first 2/3 of my life, spending most of the time, 90% of the time, doing something I don't want to do, or I don't know if I want to do, or something that I have to do. That's the biggest divider. That's the difference. I know when I have to drop this and do something else. I understand when I have to learn to love something, learn to find how I can make this sustainable, learn to make running a habit. So when I want to drop the running habit, I'll just drop it. It's easy. It's often the least form of resistance. But if I need to replace something, like I need to get something done, I get it done. And that sounds so reductive, so I want to expand on it just a little bit more. Like for example, I'm playing UFO Catcher, right? I have to get this done in order to do something I want, which is to complete Yakuza 3's Steam achievements, right? Like that's my goal. I want to complete that. But my focus is not it's not when I get there. It's how I'm going to get there. How am I going to do that? Well, I do this. It's like, well, wow, in most cases, this would feel very annoying, but how do I make this a meaningful life experience? There are so many things that make it that it takes away from all the annoyance, all the grind. It just evaporates. But the thing is, can you do that? How well can you do that? I think that's a great thing to keep in mind, to see how flexible you are. Can you find meaning? Can you find value in anything? Like, if you say you can find meaning and find to like something in mostly everything you do, like say 90% of the time in your day, then you nailed it. But it comes with variety too. So if you're doing the one thing every day, that's not a lot. It still can constitute a large portion, like 90% of the thing. But we're talking about multiple tasks, right? As much as possible. So if you're given 100 tasks, how many of the 100 tasks can you extract positive energy in the end? Like extract positive, net positive things. I'm gonna say, if I had to be bold, most people under the age of 20 who is now habitually online will see themselves as doing 2 or 3 things that whole time. And what I mean by see themselves do 2 or 3 things is social media. That's one thing to them. In their mind, social media is one thing. In their mind, gaming is one thing. And you're going to have this really specific example of what gaming is to you. If someone asks me, what is gaming to me? It's going to take a month to explain. Like, I kid you not, it's going to take a month of essay writing. Like, I would write a book on what gaming is to me. That's the difference, in my opinion. That's what you're extracting from yourself. So when you're playing a game, ask yourself, what is that to you? I can earnestly say the vast majority of people under the age of 20 who grew up in the internet probably write one paragraph, maybe one paragraph, or get stuck and find out that they don't have much to write about. Easily. I'm going to say easily, 100-page novel on what UFO catcher means to me. Just UFO catcher. What this gotcha thing means to me. I probably start with the history of how crane games are done, then how crane games are made, how they were manufactured, popularized around the world. There's this one B-roll right here for this digression is a lifetime of experiences. Like, so much information is gathered by this one thing, and all of it's interesting. And I'm choosing not to overwhelm myself. As opposed to the contrast, a 20-year-old-ish, grown up on the internet, would say, it's a crane game, it's a mini game. And that's it. The interest would stop there. Just nothing else. Like, it would just stop. Like, there's no intrigue or any other tangible interest in it. I just can't begin to describe how overwhelming it is to actually understand something compared to enjoying something. And enjoying is underneath understanding, in my comprehending. So it's exhausting. So without trying to beat a thing over, trying to beat a dead horse right now, understanding has an exponentially increased cost compared to enjoying something. So when you enjoy something, you are already a person. If you constantly focus on enjoying something, intuiting something, you are a person who has a really, really small, tiny amount of resources to use each day to appreciate something. If you are a person who is constantly overwhelmed and thinking too much, that can also be a terrible thing. Like, what I do is I actually obligate myself to care less about something as opposed to care too much about it. Then you're in the territory where you become consumed by mania, and the goal is to reach somewhere in between, right? Somewhere in the mix. So for me, I could go on and do this for another 18 hours, but I have to remember that I have to move on, because if I don't move on, there are other things that will take hold, and we would be in a diminished return too. Like, there's too much of something, too little of something, right? And it kind of makes sense why it checks out right now, where I could just have said a hot take and I would resonate more with the vast majority of people than spending 2 or 3 hours digressing on what I do feel a big majority of people who are actually watching other content need to understand, may benefit. I don't think it's necessarily need, but may benefit a lot from hearing or entertaining. Unfortunately, it is such a high cost. And I do the same thing. When I click on a video and I see that it's 6 hours long, it is 6 hours of cost versus a 30-second hot take. It is a human condition. I'm not immune to anything I've said already or criticized. I'm absolutely always feeling that way too. I am feeling most of the things I'm describing now, and yet I'm still intellectually able to do the things I'm describing while simultaneously feeling that cost. I told myself, like, I really love this one person who reviews games. We talked about him a couple times already with my friend, who spent 7 hours reminiscing about their emotional experience of playing a video game, right? And it took me a while. Like, at first, I was like 30 minutes in. All right, that's where my threshold is. But then I came back and it's like, all right, I can do this. And then it was just 5.5 hours later. The more I went in, the more the empathy grows, you know? Like, so they just kept going. And my goal in a long shot, I feel, I like to believe that one day sustainability for content creation isn't necessarily based on the number of impressions you get, but how long the impressions are. And the reason why I want to say that is because it is a counter, and I hope that both models stay. Basically, there's a model where you can spend time getting rapid impressions, and then a time when you get extended impressions. And no, you don't necessarily, you'll still get the choice of both of them, but the platform or some sort of platform would encourage both in a mixed way, because I do feel when you are exposed to long format things against your choice, but hopefully the choice you make is that you don't need to know anything about the statistics, the psychology behind whatever I'm saying, or even hearing what I'm saying, that being exposed to long format things will encourage intuitively individuals to behave differently than when they're chronically exposed to short format things. So it's kind of one of those things, ignorance is bliss, but the people who are in the power, in the know, would use their influence and their abilities to better balance and make their consumers overall sustainably happy. Because right now, there are enough consumers to support their business model, but I wouldn't call it the most optimal way to perpetually milk their consumers. Like, what I mean is, it's kind of like the idea that your business will operate really well as long as there's enough supply. You can run them to the ground as long as there's enough supply. That's fair. But there's an alternative. You can optimize for employee health, and they will output more at the initial investment of the cost. Both those models exist. Right now, business do not approach consumers, content creators, and those who self-employ themselves into a platform as that model yet, because the supply is incredible. It's an incredible supply. One person burns out, replace them with another person. That's fresh off the grill. I don't know where I'm going with that. But what I mean is, like, if another person burn out, just replace them. That's the supply is great. However, to me, there hasn't been so far an emphasis on exclusivity, as in, what I mean by that is long-term brand refinement. And in a way, the closest thing you have is like YouTube is that. Twitch is obviously not that. Twitch is doing the supply, playing the supply game, and YouTube has the supply game, so they're willing to use that time to entertain ways to create consistency and health. So moderations, court orders, what have you, all the social pressures that are combined against YouTube is either letting them intuitively doing that or forcibly causing them to raise awareness in that. So in the end, the problem could end up resolving itself. I don't know. You don't have to be like a big brain or something. You can also hope that luck helps you, which is everyone has a similar problem, so eventually someone comes up with a decent enough solution and then refine on that. And all this talking, like, would Would I require myself to feel like I'm making something meaningful by making it digestible to millions of people? I don't have to, technically. It's a diffusion of responsibility. It's an excuse for myself that I know that there are other people looking at the problem, right? Looking at how to make it more sustainable. At the same time, it's kind of fun to think maybe if I were a little bit more proactive, I could get in on the action, on moderating and regulating this stuff. Like, easily could just apply to, or attempt to apply to, like a professional position, which involves making policies revolving around, I don't know, social media dependency addictions, like things like that. Like, make comments about it or negotiate and collaborate with platformers. But I imagine now there are officials that are in that position that are addressing these situations. How do you moderate this stuff? And moderation is so weird because here's a really deep cut and a great hot take on the perspective of the younger generation, the younger internet generation. Moderation used to be a word that doesn't say what it does. Like, it doesn't say if it's good or bad. But in this day and generation, when you use the word moderate, it is almost statistically undeniably negative. And moderation isn't a word that even suggests if it has an outcome. It just is assumed as negative. What does that coincide with? Choice. If you tell someone to moderate something when their whole life is focused on choice, anything moderated is less than full choice. So it will be interpreted as negative. But moderation is the GOAT. It goes by other names. Not too much, not too little. Adaptability. Restraint. Discipline. It goes by a lot of names. But it all comes down to moderation. But I would challenge anyone to think their first thing they thought about is being not able to do something they want. Is the first thing they probably think about. It's like, well, guess what? Not being able to do certain things might be the best thing that's ever happened to you. You won't ever know. Not doing something is actually just as productive as doing something. Because not doing something is an action. Now it is. Back in the day, it wasn't. Back in the day when choice was not like the biggest thing, right? Accessibility and stuff is not a thing. Doing nothing might be actually lower than that. But nowadays, yeah, inaction might actually teach you something more intuitively than action itself. But the idea is inaction is not the absence of action. It's the active choice of doing less or doing something as a substitute. So in the context of it is, yes, you're choosing to play video games less. You are choosing to play video games less. In another way to say it is, you are choosing to rely on video games less. It's different for someone who just discovered video games. That's you're choosing to learn more about the video game experience. But past that point, you're going to become to a point of dependency. That's when you say you're choosing to do less so you can do something else. And that less ends up being more. And that's where the whole, like, how does that make sense? Doing less is more. Like, it's the whole picture. Like, you're resensitizing yourself to things. Yeah, it might not be true if you convince yourself it's a nocebo effect, but when you stop doing something and then going back to it, you're more likely to enjoy it. Way more than doing it for the whole period. That's, I would say 80 to 90% of the time. There are a few exceptions that are so vivid that you don't actually stop thinking about it. even if you stop doing the actual thing. But in terms of video game, stepping away and then coming back, ultimately your satisfaction will go up, even in the complete absence of that stimuli. So when you learn to distance and somehow, quote unquote, forget something, it incredibly increases your sensitivity to the activity again. So taking a break is technically an inaction, but you can not take a break. So here's a deep cut. When I say I take a break, I don't mean to stop doing things. I mean to do something else instead of that thing. A lot of times when people think of taking a break, and this is where that whole choice thing comes in, they're talking about not having, they have to take a break in order to get back. Like if you become aware of that synthesizing thing, right? The first thing you would think about is, oh, so if I play a video game and I stop liking it, I should take a break so then I can like it more when I come back. It's like, yeah, that's great. But what is that doing? Maintenance. You're only maintaining it. For me, I like this thing, but I need a break. So I take a break. But I don't take a break thinking that I'm going to like it more because I take a break. No, I'm doing something else that I like. Because while I'm doing that thing, I'm not doing this thing. So I'm not technically on a break that most who are dependent on a few things think. When I take a break from running, I'm jump roping. They both. I actually effectively didn't stop getting the benefits of running. I took the benefits of running to go jump roping. And then when I go back to running, I can stop jump roping, but running is going to feel great again. So you substitute. You don't stop the thing hoping that that thing will continue to provide more for that thing. It's going to provide less over time. It's going to continuously provide less. You're only sufficiently maintaining the thing. You're not adding more to it. So at some point, it's gonna stop producing the same thing. Even when you take a break and come back and take a break and come back, it's not gonna sustain most of the time. Physiologically, mentally, the things we understand about biology and neurology and whatnot would suggest that it's not sustainable consistently because we age, our bodies don't stay the same, right? So the idea is you're substituting, you're constantly adapting. Someone who's adapting isn't just resting and doing the same thing, resting and doing the same thing. That's not adapting. That's actually just maintaining. You're not adjusting anything. You're simply just running the gears, which if you hit the lottery and you never get injured and never get old and stuff, it's like, sure, absolutely, all the power to you, right? But even someone who loves running for the rest of their lives, they have mentally changed their outlook in order to maintain that. It's not on the surface. That's not the stuff they talk about. How did your outlook change over time when you're effectively doing the same thing? What the outlook change is nearly everything. That is the thing that's keeping those people in line. But I don't choose to do that. I actually choose to do more consistent things, where if my goal is to do something, you can describe the goal in many different ways. How do you get better at video games? It's not by playing the one video game all the time. I mean, you can absolutely play, but I'm going to choose to play 100 video games. And I'm going to make sure they're completely irrelevant to each other. What are the odds that I will continue to love video games longer than that one person? The odds are astronomically in my favor. If you understand human condition, it will be astronomically in my favor. It's not to say that you can't be that 1 in a million person who does one video game and it's like fantastic the rest of your life. It's like, yeah, you can take that 1 in a million odds. For me, it's like 90%, 95 to 95, 90 to 95% guaranteed that if I played 100 video games, I'll continue to like video games more than like consistently at a high satisfaction rate than a person playing one video game. It's a gamble you're you have to ask yourself if you want to choose to take, is the idea, right? To do the one thing, to do the one job, the one career. It can line up. It can definitely line up. The most successful people are multifaceted. And what I mean by the most successful people, the arbitrary gold standard that we're accruing, like generally resourceless, self-motivated, the characteristics, like let's say the top 10 characteristics, the ones that score the most, they cannot be defined by one paragraph. Your goal is to stop defining it. Like, one of the goals that I like to encourage people is, if someone asks you how you're doing, you're hoping to say, this is, in the interest of time, I'll tell you how I'm doing in a paragraph, but it would take months to explain what I mean, because your life is not one paragraph. At least I like to hope it's not one paragraph. And the goal of what I do most of the time, to make maybe people feel better, or the goal of what a professional therapist, in my opinion, as not a professional, is that their job is to tell all these things to that person so that they can raise awareness to the point where they are sustainably doing that themselves. They are no longer compartmentalizing and reductively like straining and strangling their own life and perception of themselves, that they are incapable of finding the solution themselves. It's to expand the person, right? So my goal most of the time is, and when you feel compelled, like it feels greater, it feels less like worrisome, you become less anxious, and then over time you become more adaptable. In the end of the day, in my opinion, as someone who wants to help people understand about themselves, is to just tell them what you see about themselves. It's not new, it's not remarkable, it's not revolutionary, it's not consistent either, because every person, when you see that person, your goal is to describe as much in detail as possible to that person, because they are compromised. They are compromised to the point they cannot see more about themselves than someone else. That's generally the state that when you see an expert, right? When you see a professional, is when you stop being able to see more than someone else. Because ultimately, the best part about being happy and self-sufficient is that you always feel you know more about yourself than anyone can tell you, because you have enough self-awareness that you are privy to your own thoughts. But if you ever feel like, say, if you listen to a stranger online who's streaming and ranting, playing UFO catcher on Yakuza 3 and running his game time up artificially, and whatever he says, suddenly you hear yourself say, man, that's exactly like me. How did I not notice that? It's like, that's me all the time. Like, I didn't think of it that way before. That's kind of the flags that I want to raise, because that's the aha moment. When someone outside yourself is somehow telling you more about yourself than you could have thought yourself, you're very limited. It's not to say you can't be happy at the same time. Your self-awareness is limited. It's limited to the point where someone can tell you more about yourself than yourself. And that's the profession, in my opinion. That's how I would say, if I were to describe someone who's an expert at, or a professional at caretaking for another person, is their goal is to somehow get another person to be interested in themselves in a way that is constantly benefiting themselves. And one of the biggest ways of benefiting themselves is their constant, relentless urge to constantly experience new things. I know I keep saying constantly, but that's the idea. You need the consistency to keep on being interested in yourself. When you're constantly practicing something you know you're good at and doing that, that's maintenance. It's routine. You stop caring about discovering about yourself. And the moment the stuff that you already discovered fails, there's no more safety net. So you stop trying to challenge yourself. And I know how that sounds, but there's a different form of challenge. And personally, for me, most people don't interact with that type of challenge anymore. And that's the challenge of losing control and not having a choice. That is the biggest challenge ever for anyone who always chooses their challenge, right? Because it's unpracticed. But for me, either or is fine. Like, actually, I might actually find it even more challenging to do the things that I think I'm good at than doing something that I'm not good at. It's actually far more relaxing, fun to get angry and sad and confused and disappointed. It's effortless to me, right? Because I don't have to like think about it or anything. But whenever I have to do something that I think I'm good at, it costs a lot of energy, a lot of thinking. There's overthinking, there's depression, like what if I don't do good enough because I know what's good and what's not good. I just know too much about the thing. So if you're not in my situation, then yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about to the people who stop caring about themselves so much that they decided that they're one-dimensional person. They just don't want to love new things, don't want to discover new things, don't want to even give it, because it costs so much energy for them to invest in themselves. In the other way around. For me, I'm going to say it's like 60-40. I really, maybe even 30. Like, and that's what makes, that's why I always say I'm a terrible content creator, because I really don't like being good at things. Like, it takes so much effort. And I tell Sun this a lot, like, just watching him do that thing, it takes so much effort for so little payout. Like, and what I mean by payout, I mean not in the sense of content creation, right? Like, that is great. If you're in that wheelhouse, it's great for content creation. But is it good for your mental health? If you're a specific type of person, maybe, yes. Are you that rare specific type of person? I have no idea. It's hard to tell. I'm not that rare type of person. So, like, to make content, I don't even know how I would go about it. If I were to change this into a career, I wouldn't know how to do it, like, right now. Because it's so anti-status quo that I had a brilliant idea today. I wasn't going to stream today and try to buy a few things. I had a brilliant idea to try to execute on something. But maybe later. Maybe later. I was really excited. But excitement fades when, you know, you start thinking about all the stuff. So I'm going to go into that mode where I'm going to do all my research and then I'm going to be all concerned again, right? It's going to cost so much energy to know if there's a sound plan, what's good, what's not, has anyone done this before? Yeah, it's just so much effort. And it's so ironic because when I have a conversation with someone, they would tell me experiencing new things cost them so much emotional baggage. I'm like thinking, how does it cost so much when you have no idea what's going to happen when you do it, compared to doing something and you know exactly how much it will cost to do it? I would say emotionally, it'll probably cost about the same. But objectively, literally objectively, no matter what, 90% of the time, the new thing is going to give you more payout. Like, objectively, in any way. Because it is an experience that you don't have. That's it. Like, you're comparing the experience gain from doing something you don't have and something you do have. Objectively, it's always going to be the new experience. Like, not always. Let's just say 80 to 90% of the time. It's going to be the new experience. But emotionally, it just evens out most of the time. Like, it will cost a lot, but it also costs just as much doing the thing you're really good at. So that sucks, because on the one hand, you get an output that you know. On the other hand, you have no idea what's going to happen. You're either going to hate it a lot, maybe like it even more than you think, feel indifference, feel like you wasted your time. There's just no predictability. So that anxiety costs just as much as all the time you just spent doing that. It's just the perspective is different. You're not, in my opinion, those people who think one is much greater than the other, is not weighing all the circumstances, not weighing as enough perspective, like enough bigger picture. Because think about it this way, and Sun's probably gonna suss me on this one. If you always love to eat certain things, that is a cost. The cost is you're getting diminished return. You're not getting as much, so you have to eat a lot more of it to reach. Like, say you want to get plus 50 and you only have 3 items to eat, or you're just going to eat a lot of those items to get up 50. But the more you eat them, the lower the satisfaction gets. It's just your new bottom line just keeps getting lower. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you are going to expend just that activity as well, but the odds of hitting nothing is like, yeah, you're going to hit nothing. It's going to go down if you only focus on a positive outcome. But when you think about what you're discovering, is you are discovering things you want to avoid. What is the value of something you want to avoid worth? That's probably one of the perspectives and outcomes that, in fact, even the scientific field has trouble overcoming, which is negative results. Negative results are valuable. It tells you what you not want to do. So the idea is that discovery is information, but the value of that information is only if you apply it, right? So often it's like negative, non-affirming things are a waste of time because they don't inform you on anything. Well, I can tell you that I am not a sprinter because I found out that I have breathing issues. It's not to say I have breathing issues and I should stop running because it's a waste of time. It just means I can't run very fast. So what are there other ways to run? Well, I can run slower, but longer. Like there are other, those are informative. So when you continue to think about it, like either it's going to be a waste of time or it's going to be great, predicating on one condition, you effectively eliminated 50% of your entire life information. You basically pretend that it doesn't exist. For example, I'm going to play this game and I'm going to either like it or hate it. If I hate it, I'm just going to forget everything about it. Well, okay. So your likelihood of ever playing a lot of games are going to be bound by that. So in the future, you're only going to play a game predicated on the circumstance that you are likely going to like it. What's that pool? Well, it's less than 50%. Oh, like, probably. It's probably less than 50%. And then you have to investigate how you're going to like those video games before you do it. The more you do that, the more refined it gets. You're practicing how to figure out that you're playing a game that you have to like. So over time, the only thing you're practicing, the skill you're practicing, is refining how you know you're going to like the game. What happens when you continue to practice a skill over and over again? You're going to get better and better at it. What happens when you get better and better at it? You become more and more selective. So the moment you tell me you only play games you like is the moment you have started practicing just that. So you stop looking for the games you may like over time. You then start playing, looking for games you have to really, really like. Then you just end up with games you only like. There's no balance to it. You have not played a game you initially dislike. You haven't practiced skills on how to learn to play a game that you initially dislike. You don't practice any of those skills. You're just disproportionately one way. So the natural, intuitive, when spelled out, right? When spelled out, the logical and could be intuitive feeling. Sometimes intuition doesn't have to be logical, but the logical conclusion is you practice a skill over enough times, your options become limited. Anything, human condition, basic human condition, when you refine and optimize and maximize things, you have fewer options. How to be the best at something, one option. If you still think like, oh, well, there are multiple ways of being best at something, you're still fluid. Great. That means that's great. But if you continue to optimize, even patterns that you continue to do, you reform, you refine, and you have to tell yourself, it's not surprising I'm in this situation. That's my take on it. I have to, and I'm not saying you can do it. I'm saying someone's job, and in my opinion, someone who cares about you, have to convince you in a relatively reasonable way that you have to notice that the things you're practicing is putting yourself in that situation. And that's when I stopped doing that. When I was a kid, especially when reviews were out, you know, like the aggregate scores and all that stuff, holy heck, I started finding like difficulty finding something I'm willing to invest. In fact, I'm still doing it now. Like I just earlier I just talked to Worm about the game Long Dark. I own that game. I have that game for a really long time and I wanted to play it. And I picked that game based on like metrics and stuff. You get into this habit. Like you buy products based on metrics and stuff. And it's great because at some point those metrics used to be a blanketed statement. They used to be a combination of people who dislike it or maybe know they dislike it and try to like it. Like, it used to be like that, but now it's not the case. It's no longer the case. These aggregate scores get review bombed, they're content influenced, all that stuff, and it's a great representation of what I mean by practicing something so well that you no longer have a normalization. It's no longer random sampling. Reviews are not random sample anymore. They're highly unreliable. They're continuously clustering because it's the example of what the internet does. It gives you conditional self-selection. You only review this game because you're already interested in the game. And when interested in the game, it doesn't even mean positive, negative. When you review bombs are because they're interested in bombing the game. So their interest is already biased and self-selected to review bombing a game. And then the next group will be self-interested in reversing the review bomb. That is still not random sampling, even if it balances out. You can have an average score of 5 in 2 different situations. One is random sampling, and one is entirely bimodal. Bimodal distribution, as in lots of people who hate it and lots of people who like it, can still come out to the same score. And bimodal distributions happen all the time. It's actually even phasic in this game. That's what in this industry. Steam, to delineate that, Steam has given you graphs over time, like where did the review bomb happen, what the volume is. But in the end, one score, the score that people see all the time, is not reliable anymore because most of the stuff is self-selected. Why do reviewers write and give scores? They're employed to do so. So they're self-selected. They're no longer self-selected based on their integrity. They're self-selected based on their clout. I mean, like, that's... business is emphasizing that. You read what you want to read. You don't read what you don't want to read. So if someone has an unpopular opinion, you don't have to read it. It doesn't even come up on your algorithm in the first place. Since when did someone... if I had to say someone who likes Souls games, the first thing they type in is unpopular opinions of Souls games. I doubt that. I highly doubt that would be the first thing they talk about. Null hypothesis testing is non-existent. Like, null hypothesis, I mentioned a bunch of times in a scientific or problem-solving perspective. But the idea of always playing a game you like or you think you like is a lack of null hypothesis testing. So if you're only looking for a game you like, you haven't asked yourself, is there a chance you like games you don't like currently? You have not tested the null hypothesis. The chance that when you're looking at a game you like, is that making it worse? Is it actually games you dislike more? Because I'm going to tell you now, because of mere exposure and normalization, you end up progressively liking the same type of stuff less than the thing that you initially liked in the first place. So you continue to be growing attached to the things that one thing you like a lot, and everything else is just a cheap facsimile of the thing you like. How do you offset this? Find another thing you really like, and hopefully there's enough cheap facsimile to keep those up. But those two things don't couple to each other. So often you hear that phrase, oh, this is not as good as this. And it's like they're both offering the same thing, just one came before the other, right? Say, why can't you like both of them? It's like, well, I played a lot of this. It's like, okay, can you find something new? It's like, no, I kind of just like this. And it's like, well, I'm sorry, human condition. You're going to start to compare the things because your mindset can't even entertain the idea that they offer the same stimuli, and you understand that when you get the same stimuli, it cheapens all of them. And what I mean by cheapen, not in a bad and negative way, there's diminished return. When you get more of a lot of things, it becomes less because that thing is distributed over many things. So inherently, and this is going to be a terrible hot take that I hope don't take this one-to-one, but when someone falls out of passion for a specific game, is because you're playing too much of that specific game. What I mean is, to a point, playing more of it continues to give. At some extreme situation, when you saturate yourself as a human being, that stimuli does not become more satisfying with more. You're doing exponentially more for that thing to give you the same satisfaction. It's desensitization. So when you're loving a game and you deliberately look for the games you like, you have set yourself up on a road to disliking the whole thing. Like just not getting the same feeling anymore for the whole thing. You have legitimately practiced making yourself dislike the things you like. That's kind of the irony in it. How do you learn more and like more about something, moderation, I guess, or exploration of similar things, but not too similar, right? So when does a gatekeeper become a naysayer? That point for that person. When does someone become jaded and cynical about the thing they're experts in? I've done it. Science became that. There, you do it long enough as a human being, you'll know the cynicism, the stuff, the in and outs. How do you rejuvenate an interest in science? You step away and then come back. Everyone has, people will vary in their thresholds or find a way to mentally circumvent and compartmentalize in a way that, hey, this science is different from this science. And they did it well. I didn't do it very well. Like, I saw it as a whole, right? And that experience created the same desensitization. Yes, you could say that in on YouTube, what do they celebrate? What do content creation celebrate? Those people who got so lucky that their passion was able to last long enough to be successful and make it seem like you can power through human condition. But you really can't. Do you know why? Because content creation hasn't been around long enough for someone to do it in the beginning of their life and at the end of their life. Until that happens, there is no evidence that would suggest what I'm saying about the human condition, right, is countered by content creation. There isn't a person who have sustained enough passion that they could do it from beginning to end and demonstrate that, yeah, the great passion for this type of thing will outweigh human condition. And then it will no longer be human condition, as in, like, it's not a natural thing. It can be circumvented. That's great. I have not witnessed, and I would not gamble on passion to last your entire lifetime. Passion comes in many forms, and it changes over time. So it's foolhardy, in my opinion, that you think you're 1 in 4 billion to sustain one passion and you'll do it for the rest of your life. It's just unrealistic. And it's not even, I don't even see it as a missed opportunity. Like, someone might think, but if I don't have my passion in my life, that means it's a loss. It's like, no, when you lose this passion, you gain a new one. And in fact, that new one is going to come with way more experience than your old one. The first thing you fell in love with was when you were naive. Most of the stuff that you fall with now, if you're a 10-year-old, 15-year-old, 20-year-old, everything you fall in at a later stage in your life is probably going to be more refined, more informed, and you're going to know how to monopolize it even better because you have experience. You're not choosing to limit yourself to the first things that you've done in a naive state of mind. So the older you get, the longer you retain your discovery, your interest in yourself, the more exponentially happier you become, in my opinion. To the point where that's why old people at some point says, whatever. I've got my life filled of happiness and it's good to go. We're good to go. Obviously, not everyone reaches that state, but you get a lot of closure. You get to the point where whatever happens, it's great. Staring at the tree is euphoric. Waking up, seeing the sunrise is euphoric. All the simpler things have become so monumental. Like, everything that seems trivial to someone who's hyper-focused on fulfilling all their criteria became criteria less and less conditionals as you become older. And hopefully that's the state of it, right? But now we have to bring it up to the standard code. What I've discovered No worries, Worm. What I've discovered now is, I mean, like, what to bring it up to modern standards, right? What I have discussed now was more like an old school stuff, old school pattern. Now kids start even smaller. They start with an even smaller range of interest because now they have choice. And honestly, back in the day, I was a really proponent of, yeah, kids, they need choice, they need to discover themselves. And then I started asking myself, when is it too early? Or like, is there a way that this too much of this could be a foreseeable, like, non-balanced thing? And I'm starting to see it now. And I actually think the internet indirectly answered a question that I was curious. My life, what if my life had too much choice? Like, because I wasn't born rich, right? I wasn't born resourceless. So I always wanted to ask myself, if I was born resourceless, as in I had no boundaries, my parents were incredibly influent, would I become those people that I criticize? Right? Those people who list around, not really, like, just doing like non-guided things, and then constantly dopamine excess and constantly reaching for more dopamine. The internet has answered that. Indirectly, the internet has answered that without the burden, with less of a burden on something that deals with legacy, as in your parents' wealth, right? So, did it happen? It did. Basically, you have a whole generation of kids who start even less. They have less adaptability, less tolerance, less ability to discover stuff, less ability to help themselves feel happy, so few things about themselves. They have so few skills, like really, really few skills. What are the gains? Like, what are the trade-offs for these things? They are incredibly good at something, but a very few things. And the internet does that because the internet is emphasizing that. It is answering that question. What happens when you give kids choice? They are incredibly good at the things they choose to do. Makes sense. It checks out. But what is this narrative with the really rich kids before the internet? Well, eventually they're done, or they reach some sort of cap or desensitization to, I hate that word, I should use a different word, desensitization of all the stuff they want to do, and they lose all purpose. Anxiety, disparity, lack of purpose, what to do when that thing is gone. That's rich syndrome. But nowadays, internet is affordable. It's accessible by everyone. It's trying to cater to everyone. So now you have a microcosm that removes more of that wealth thing, and you see the same pattern. So for me, when I grew up, I could not do a lot of things. I just didn't. Like, but I'm curious what would happen, and now I'm doing it. So as a 30-plus-year-old, I'm doing the same pattern that all the kids are doing now, but I'm 30 plus. So now it's already gone. Like, my innocence and youth is already gone. So I've already experienced that stuff. So I can talk about these things with the two perspectives in mind. But I am almost poetically going to say that if I was born in this day and age, I would be in the same position, playing video games, streaming, getting super good at one or a few things, and trying to make a career out of it, without a doubt. But I can't say that now because I was, 20 plus years before the internet, right? Before this became a thing. So I'm no longer burdened by that, or I'm no longer having the anxiety of that. There's no anxiety attached to, what if this doesn't work out? I just get a job. I love my job. Like, I loved it so much. I actually loved it more than video games itself. It's why I burned out. Like, as a kid, I didn't have the internet. So I became passionate and very good at something else. And that something else led to the same pattern of behavior that someone else who's very good at something who grows up with the internet. When you have a choice, when I went to college, I had a choice. And I chose something that I was good at, and I burn out. I burn out like crazy. I wasn't taught to moderate or anything like that either, because I found the thing that I like. I thought I'm really good at it, and I did it, and I burned out. So I was no different. Now I'm just an older person saying what happened, only not in the context of the internet, and it's nothing new. Like, in my opinion, what I'm saying, and all the people who spend millions of dollars or making millions of dollars on self-help books and whatnot, it's a different context for the human condition. Honestly, reading a dystopian novel exploring the human condition, or reading a love romance novel analyzing human condition, will largely, for an intellectually active person, would give you the same realizations, both intuitively and intellectually, than a self-help book on philosophy. And like, it's just one is more directed. So you can choose your poison to trust. And I'm telling you that human condition has not changed with technology. This has taken place of everything else. Online gaming is the surrogate. You're drinking coffee every day in the morning, or smoking every evening to relax. Obviously, objectively, there are more sustainability in online gaming than smoking, for example, right? So that's objectivity, though. That's the metric stuff. But what keeps someone from doing a lot of those things is no longer not quite as strong as smoking. Like, there isn't a biological component technically, like a substance, a foreign substance, are keeping the person from doing, but gaming itself is doing something just as powerful, but not with a controlled substance. And that's humans becoming more and more efficient at doing their thing. Companies are getting more and more efficient at doing that thing. Gamers are getting better and better at doing that themselves. And the irony here is, when do you draw the line where the person being really good at something is the reason they're depressed? And I have yet to ask myself how you navigate that. Because I myself have failed. I failed, and that's why I'm not doing the same thing anymore, right? If I didn't fail, I would not be here having the conversation about failure, because I wouldn't have failed. It's my first failure to know that being very, very good at something, focusing only on that thing, and dedicating your whole life to that thing is a poor work-life balance. And because of that poor work-life balance, I am maybe possibly one of the minority of people who can relate to the internet generation about their aspirations. Because no, you will not be defined by the thing you first fall in love with. It's not going to happen. Like, unless you win the lottery, then please tell me about it. Write a book about it. Write a book about, in your 30s or 40s, how the one thing you fell in love with is still with you 30 to 40 years later. I stopped doing that, get rusty bad, get better again, and take break again. Yeah. Then now here's the thing. You can still do that. It's not do that all the time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not suggesting you stop doing something and only doing something. That's the opposite of that, what I'm saying. The idea is to do all of it. Do all of them. All the approaches. You get rusty just by not thinking or doing anything. That includes loving yourself. That includes loving someone else. That includes being a son, being a parent. When you stop doing something, you don't get better at it at all. So the idea is to not diet, not cold turkey. Things don't stop for a human being. It's on a continuum. Like, oh, this is bad for you. Okay, don't ever do it again, right? But the idea is no one actually knows what happens at the moment when someone completely not does something. It's so multifaceted that the idea is you want to do everything but focus on things that give you a higher return on investment. But the idea is pretending like certain things don't exist have consequences too. Now there are things that have minimal consequences, like if you never smoke in your life, that's a fair trade-off. There's decades of research that would suggest, yeah, you can do without smoking, right? Like, that's fair. Am I going to agree with you that there's no place for smoking? No. I'm not going to say that at all, because it's actually not true at all. Smoking is a depressant. It's also a strong addiction. You can actually use that to your advantage. If smoking is going to offset another addiction that is even worse than that, that's a precedence for smoking. And even so, smoking has a way to be moderated so much more frequently than something else, like, I don't know, suicide. Right? If the difference is between allowing this person to smoke than taking their own life, then so that's kind of what I'm saying, where you want to take in all the information, weigh your stuff, but when you refine something, you're limiting your options, basically. So every time you're looking for the best way to do something, optimizing something, the idea is from time to time, it has to be balanced with getting messy, right? And that noise continues to change someone. I always use the genetics example. If our DNA was perfect to begin with, like our machinery was perfect to begin with, evolution would stop. That's a really like hand wavy TikTok statement, but for those who are in science and genetics, that's like a super deep cut. It's really difficult to explain how the sloppiness of our DNA, our genetic mechanisms that we understand, leads to our ability to change over time. So much like that, the closer you continue to strive to be the best you, the more and more limited you are in your adaptability, because you spent the vast majority of time not being adaptive, but being refined. So it's a trade-off you pick. But that means it can recover, right? Yes, the idea is, well, the recovery thing is more like, can you improve on it or like change it? Is it still changeable? And to me, I'm not a psychologist or anything, so I don't really know the statistics of it. I like to think that most people who are largely unhappy with their whatever the summation of their skills are, right, can still change, like can still improve or like exchange things. They're still dynamic. I don't know if in the future we'll see that there's going to be a point of no return, like a low success rate. Like, for example, in another 10 years, we'll know a little bit, longitudinally maybe, what happens to the generation of kids who largely grew up on the internet? Like, what is their success rate? And maybe they can parse how often, how what they did and whatnot, like statistically, to see that maybe past a certain conditioning standpoint, the chances of, and I can't believe I'm saying this in a sense of internet detoxing or like internet reconditioning, but what is that called? The reassimilation. So assimilation back into society. So, you know, we're talking about things like if you went to war, like you're in the military, right? And you spent like 20 years in the military, and then suddenly you have to reacclimate to civilian life. It's getting to that point where if there are people who live like the vast majority of their life on the internet, what is the success rate or the ability to become dynamic enough to reassimilate in a non-internet environment? Do we have to? I don't know if we have to or not. I mean, in the future, it could be all on the internet. I don't know. I don't know how technology is going to do. But the idea is, the answer right now is still a yes. Because every day I talk to people who are usually online, but they still have the motivation and maybe like the tangential understanding that meeting people in person also has their value and whatnot. Hopefully there's a point of return. Like if there's a point where you're not so hardwired that that addiction kills you. And what I mean by that is that bad habit kills you, like smoking, drinking, morphine addiction, heroin, cocaine. Those are points of no return for those people. Like those type. I like to think that online addiction or like gaming addiction and stuff, like gaming habits, is more like not even close. Like you have to go like 60 years or like maybe an entire lifetime to not be able to do something else, right? But when it comes to morphine, like controlled substances, opioids and stuff, it's not that long. It's not one person's lifetime. It takes like maybe 10 or 20 years, and the success rate of recovering from that is incredibly low. So hopefully it's not that, is what I'm saying. I think online gaming elicits a natural response, and your body is naturally producing these things, right? Naturally producing the dopamine, the endorphins, and that habit formation is no greater than going on a diet. I like to think that dieting may be on, like gaming may be on the level of dieting. So what I mean is, no, it's not going to be easy. However, even through the course of a lifetime, people can still change their diets. If you know what I mean. Like when push comes to shove, even a 60-year-old with a whole lifetime of poor dieting turns over a new leaf, right? Like just be able to reconstitute, to acclimate to their current living situation. I mean, my father smoked cigarettes all the way up to his like 50s when he had a heart attack, and then he stopped immediately. So if I like to think gaming addiction is not as strong as a whole lifetime of smoking, is what I would say. So in a long story short, I would say, yes, I hope that someone who has the capacity to love someone or be conscientious or not exclusively narcissistic is able to learn compassion and conscientiousness, even if they spent 40 years of their life only being narcissistic, right? So I like to think our brains are dynamic enough that we can outlive our brains. Plasticity will outlive our biological life, and that's kind of the most reasonable thing I can say. Like you will live, your brain's ability to dynamically change in response to skills and work stays with you for as long as you live, at least. Can it stay longer than we can theoretically live? I don't know. I have no idea because there's no way to prove that. So the idea is hopefully people stay dynamic most of the time. All right. So that was a big digression. And now I have forgotten what kind of things I have to get from this from the UFO catcher. I need a gray bear, right? A big gray bear and a white bat cat. Okay. So much for finishing one of the mini games. Oh, you're right. You're right. That's for today. Can I clip? Nope. Alright. We're back to this. Maybe I can grab the head only. I've been trying to grab the head only, but it keeps wrapping around that hand. Alright. Fair enough. Alright. We need to exit. And so we need a cat still. Ultimately this game didn't take too long. It's just I digressed way more in this game than I have a feeling my completion times are just gonna keep going up from that here. There's so much little things to talk about. We'll put this on and cut it out and put it in the channel. That does not have a fat... It does not have a fat red cat. I mean, white cat. And we're not talking about the... We're not talking about white cat. Okay, there we go. Alright. The white cat is called a short-haired cat. I don't understand how it's short-haired. Maybe it's a very specific type of cat that tends to have short hair with that pattern. It's fine. It's supposed to fall over. There's no way we can grab it by the head. Okay. Oh, by the way, I'm kind of excited to mess around with this. But Twitch just added Twitch alerts. So now you don't need a third party thing. Maybe I'll make some new alerts and test it out. It would be wonderful to give it some sort of intangible like bots as well, bot function. That'd be a great way to be an all-in-one solution. It was just added a day ago. I'm trying to turn the cat. Okay, there we go. I have such a great idea today. And I feel like I can do it. I just need to buy a few things. two things minimum if it works out. But it'll be fun. I think it's really entertaining. And it won't like dramatically affect what I'm doing now. It came out, the idea came from a result of something very unfortunate. Or like very undesirable. I found out about Twitch when it comes to like material storage. I don't know if it will ever be resolved, but if it does, I'll be pleasantly surprised. But if it's not, then it's why I don't really trust the support. You know how I don't know if you are familiar, but a lot of the alerts, sorry, like the pop-ups and the alerts are usually using a third-party service. Like when you get like gift subs or stuff like that. But that is now part of the Twitch. Now there's a Twitch integration for that. So you can just upload your alerts to Twitch using the dash. And they'll operate the same way. But they'll operate in additionally to users and stuff. Yeah. So like, you know how someone rates you and then there's a box that shows up and whatnot, and you can upload your custom thing. That doesn't actually exist on Twitch. It's one of the features that are oddly missing for a substantial amount of time. But now you, as a Twitch user and a Twitch moderator and stuff, you can also do that without cross doing things on another platform. Usually like something like Streamlabs or Stream Elements or something provides something like that. If anything, if I'm anything, I'm someone who gives it an honest shake, see what happens. The last feature that I tried to test with one of my friends was the guest star thing. Not great. The guest star feature was a dud, in my opinion. It's really unrefined. And then obviously I'm still using one of the other features that are still being tested, and that's the moment feature. But unfortunately, my interaction with Twitch support and like clipping, like you doing clips and stuff, has made me write that off too. Like all the, not in the sense of what it does, more in the sense of its reliability on storage. So I'm in talks with, not really in talks, I basically just got the hand wave and say like, we don't understand what's going on. Maybe in the future it'll get resolved on itself. But at the same time, it cost me hours and months of stuff. And for a basic function. And I'm not even an important person. So I can't even imagine how often that happens for someone who, I guess, matters, I suppose, to their business. But for me, it's a incredible loss of vote of confidence if they can't even tell me if something is stored or not, or it's irretrievable or not. So that's why a lot of the stuff didn't get posted. I had way more. I had over 400 videos. That would be very helpful if that somehow ran in the Twitch players instead of having to run it. Yeah, basically. The downside to all of this is what I just described. Having all the functions in one place. The trade-off is if it limits the point of failure. So it creates everything and clusters it into one point of failure. And the thing I was doing with creating videos and stuff and whatnot, the one point of failure was Twitch, and Twitch failed. And it was really unfortunate how it failed. And I have my suspicions, but obviously the support just keeps saying, well, we can't resolve it right now, well, etc. And you can check back for an update later. I'll wait 2 weeks and check back again, I suppose. Like, I'm recording for personal legacy stuff, so it actually hurts me a lot more than anything. Like, if you were getting paid and making money off of it and all that stuff, that's actually less of a blow because you're already making money off of it. I'm not making any money off of it. The whole value of those videos is to have those videos. And I can't even get those videos. You can probably read around what I'm saying to understand what it's probably involving. And I'll just be patient like I usually am. And check back every 2 weeks, I suppose. I'll even talk about it. Maybe next year. I'll spend a year waiting on it, and then I'll do an expose on Twitch. I probably will end up doing it on YouTube. If it doesn't get resolved in a year and I check back every 2 weeks, I probably won't be on Twitch next year. So that's just generally probably how that works. Because I want my feature and platforms to be reliable, not what just happened. Even if I'm not profiteering or I'm not a company, I like to trust things. And what happened was not great. Unacceptable, actually. All right. So I have to win on rotation. Oh no. Here we go. We'll make a few attempts on this today. For most people, it would be an instant deal breaker.
Yakuza.
And then for more seasoned people, they'd be like, well, you should have done this and this. It's like, well, that's not the point. I want to trust the service I'm using. I don't want to work around the service. This is one of those points too. So like, if the alert stuff works, it's like great. But if they stop working, then that's not so great. Okay. This is gonna be very hard. I think this will take me hours. Not because of the concept of it, but more about the gamepad issue. Now, there's always a chance. No, I don't think the AI would. So we can win instantly. There is an instant winning condition. But to be able to do that is kind of absurd. And we're gonna hear that over and over and over and over thing over and over again. Yeah, see, you can't pull back straight. That's the challenge. Like, rarely does pulling back straight help actually keeping it straight. It actually curves a little every once in a while. You can kind of mess around with the controls and say don't register left and right. I'm kind of seeing if I could maybe get around this by filling it out. Mainly, not really exporting, just generally being loaded in general. If only it's if the you can actually lose in this game by scratching on 15. But there's also a win condition. For sinking 15. Ah. Oh. Nailed it. No, never mind. There isn't. Just kidding. It's not. I was just testing if it is or not, which it isn't. Feels bad, man. Yeah, that too. Yeah. I don't usually like talking about something until I have the whole lay of the land, right? Like lay of the situation. So we'll probably revisit this topic a couple times, maybe a month or two from now. And if it expands to a year, then I'll probably talk about it in a more thorough way. But saying something about something that is being resolved at the moment or not resolved, what have you, is very premature. But what I can tell you is my feelings about it, which is a loss of a vote of confidence on how data is stored. Yeah, see, I can't recover from that. So this is gonna be really difficult. You know what? I think it's best to just do expert. And do something I can do, which is hope to get a break ace on 9 ball. Oh my gosh, the bank is perfect too. I need to find the bank. All right, let's see if we can win with a combination shot. Or the computer aces it. You can't actually win if the AI aces it. Oh my gosh. This is absolutely ridiculous. So we have to win the bank. Alright. Oh no, that's too late. The AI legit just break aced. That's hilarious. Speaking of break aces. Oh hey, Haruka says stuff. Go! Go! Ah. I didn't know if it was good enough to bank. No, not good enough. I was karaming off the 1 to get the 9 in the back pocket. Oh, that sucks. Where's the 2 at? Okay. Okay, this is the one where we can try for a combo. The cue ball didn't get hit straight. It curved to the right. That's why it didn't hit the 9 ball. I thought the AI was just about to combo me. Man, that's so good. That's such a good shot. Really? Now the AI is just flexing now. Interesting. That doesn't make it easier for me to hit that though. I was trying to tap it in a weird position. Just making that is highly unlikely. That is so good. I can't make long shots like that because Kiryu, this game doesn't allow you to shoot straight shots far away. Because the gamepad always drifts to the left or the right. At least my gamepad always drifts. We just have to play with that handicap and adjust. And the power always drifts too. It's just really inconsistent in general. Kind of like putting a human element on it, so to speak. It didn't go straight. Because it was supposed to hit the 9, not the... Yeah, see that wasn't even close. And I was only going for a straight line there. I only go for straight shots, but they don't ever come out straight. I was still trying to figure out how to hit a straight shot still. It's too deep. Wasn't gonna get it in the first place. What a shot. We're gonna hear that a lot. The Kiryu saying that. Yeah, see, that wasn't straight. The ball went to the left. Wasn't a straight line. Never a straight line. Just watch the AI sink every ball. If they don't, they just miss by a little bit, which is not helpful. Yeah, see, that wasn't straight. Was in a straight line. Yeah, we can do some dark tides. Give me a sec. We'll play one more game. Oops.
Yakuza.
That's so much lighter that time. So much lighter than before. Same place on the stick. Or similar place. We missed it by a lot. Wasn't a straight line. Once again. I haven't hit a ball straight yet. I was trying to hit the 9 off of double bank. It was really too hard to predict if it was gonna hit on the double bank or not. I wasn't trying to make the ball. I don't want to pocket anything. For 9 ball, the idea is just let the AI pocket everything. The 9 just seems to sit in the middle of the... It's still really difficult to pocket most of the time where it's sitting. Alright, let's do one more. I only got to hit it twice and I missed all I fouled once and missed the bank. Rotation, I don't really know what we're gonna do about rotation. Eight ball, there's still a chance. Right now we have no way of winning rotation. I have a way to win 9 ball, but I guess you do need top spin to prevent it from bouncing into the pocket. From the scratching from the cue ball. That looks like more one of my shots, not going straight. Well, YOLO, I guess. Go! Nailed it. Alright. Good. Get wrecked. Alright, alright. Since we got that pretty early, let's try one more. Let's try 8 ball.
Yakuza.
I don't know if I'm gonna get lucky enough to force the AI to launch pocket an 8 ball. That's my goal. Well, we'll try to do it legit, but try to like also get the AI to need to break the 8 ball. It's a 9. Okay, 1 and 1. This going 9. Wait. Okay, never mind. Okay. That guy highs. Alright. We're going from the most likely to the least likely. This is the second most likely case I can win. Because we're not going after the same balls. Look at this. It's drifting up. See? Like, I wasn't even like I wasn't even pushing on my pad and it was like drifting. So much drift. Okay. How do I get rid of the... How do I get rid of the... There it is. Oh, that was a little close to the 12. That's a little too close. Can I still get it though? Oh, I could end up scratching here. Too deep. It was too close. Well, door is closed. No contest. I only screwed up once. Alright, one more time. I feel I can get this. What the heck? Wow. That was not straight. That was definitely not straight. Can I use this to my advantage? Huh. Probably not. Wait. Oh, I still have to hit an order if it's a scratch? Wait, how's that scratch? Oh. Is it a scratch because you don't just sink anything? I'm gonna take the shots that I think I can't make, as opposed to shots that I can make. Oh no, this is too tight. It's fine. I just want to obstruct. That's such a ridiculous shot. The way the AI decided to make that shot was so freaking ridiculous. Am I just gonna get one racked? Doesn't leave me with anything. I really thought that was okay, but I guess not. Okay. Stop drifting, please. Game. Son of a bee sting. What are the chances that this AI will have mercy? Alright. We'll try tomorrow. Okay. Go to the save spot. I don't know how I'm gonna do the rotation thing. Because not only do we have to make the majority of the calls, we have to make the majority of the high scoring ones. Alright. Let's switch gears.